Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は227日目です。It is day 227. We are... Just feels like yesterday when during level 22. So, yeah, we are 3 days out from our second spike. And this time around, it seems like level 22 is going to be much bigger on the second spike than the previous level. Kind of curious how these things are distributed now that I think about it. Are these still... Okay, that's relatively similar. There's kind of a noticeable variance. Oh yeah, there's kind of a noticeable range when it comes to kanji. Anyways. Alright, let's get into it. Today is... Right, gonna be a chill day. Tomorrow is gonna be a super chill day because it's every 4th day, right? Or every 5 days, but the 4th day of the cycle is when you get the low volume, because we're gonna get this. We might hit 5 o'clock, and then yeah, the next day is +9 plus whatever is here, probably. So that's like 60 plus that, right? And it looks like our volume has kinda somewhat normalized lately. Steady as she goes. All right, so let's get into it. Okie dokie. Yep. What in the... I'm gonna guess... Dang it. Oh. Nakikoe. My jerk reflex did not prove to be fruitful there. Handan. Oops, that's the kun. What is the... Not kun? Okay. Dang it! Wait, Ren. Sankasha. Tobu. Okay. Every time I think of congratulations, I think of congratulations. In that one scene at the end of Evangelion, when they just, you know, clap. It's like congratulations. Sorry, not sure how relevant that is these days. Hihan. Hihan. Ne? Tashikameru is what? Let the fingers move, right? Let the fingers move. Let the brains go until we need to think about it. Koketsatsu. Oops. That's a
Hanko.
uncle. Right. Ooh, wait. Drawing a blank. Someone save me. Wait, is this? Hold up. There's no way this is a burn, is it? No. Oh, this is just bad tasting, right? I'm actually... I wonder how often this is typed this way.
Mazui.
Mazui, right? Or it tastes bad. Bad tasting. Oh, bad tasting is pretty good, actually. I was thinking Mazui. When I think of Mazui, I think of unskillful. More than unappetizing. You know, they probably type it for unskillful in kanji and maybe use kana for bad tasting. That could happen. Let's see. I like my middle finger and my pointer finger on my left hand is like acting up. Having trouble gripping my water bottle just a little before the stream. Oh no. I just thought of something. Yesterday I forgot a character that I was having problems with and I thought it was this one. It's not this one. It's Doubt. Doubt is the one that I'm thinking of. Doubt. What was Doubt? Yi? I forgot Yi. Okay.
Toshi.
Toshi. Oh. This has been a problem each time. It's okay. I still had to take a couple steps.
Otearai.
Otearai.
Asagohan.
Asagohan. Yep. What is this? This is a burn. What did they use? Which one did they use, actually? That's a really good question. Oh, wait. No, I don't think this is, no. I don't think this is a burn, right? Yeah, no. This is later. What in the world? That's not a mound. What is that? Whatever it is, oh. What? Wait a minute. Oh. Oh no. It's Bing. Right, that's Bing. The heck? I thought it was June. Did I get this character? Like, what I mean is, I don't remember. It's military, of course. I'm talking about the radical. I'm not sure what the radical is made of. Is this supposed to be like axe ground and horns, or axe ground and fins? Something tells me it's hay, and I have no idea why it's hay anymore. Definitely soldier. Let's look. Axe, ground, and fins. Okay. If you set a fish on the ground and chop its fins off with an axe, you're probably a soldier. Yikes. I guess the other one's not that great either. It's a mound. Mound and fins. It's like something like Bigfoot toting a bunch of fish fins or something. While being surrounded by soldiers in front of the English manners. We'll just stick with it. It's fine. Wait, I don't understand how it deals with hay though. Maybe use the hay to cook up the fish. Might be okay. Yeah. Yeah is easier to remember now because of using yeah in a different context. Okay. Things are looking up. What in the world? Oh, is this like good luck or something? Yeah, that's gonna suck. Eventually that's gonna suck. Radicals require are less gut feeling but more abstractions, so we rely on our mind palace for radicals because they're deliberately meant to be abstractions. Okay, now I'm not so sure about this one. If I had to do gut feeling, what does my gut feeling tell me? My gut feeling is not good enough. I thought it was like Jikenzen. Ne? Jikenzen. Did I type Jikenzen? Or Jikenzen? Oh, maybe it's I mistyped the first thing, so like Higenzen. Higenzen is what is that? Higenzen. Sure. I don't know. I just went with whatever feels right at the moment. Gairaigo. Gairaigo is what the outside, coming from outside language? Foreign something. Foreign words? Or loan words or something like of that nature. Gimu. Gimu. That's a long sentence. Or question. Sentence question. Holy, let's not do that. Whoops. Hinan suru. Koen.
大嫌い
Daikirai. Okay. What? Oh. Keep doing this.
経済
Keizai. Keizai. I stop on this. Oh, economics. Or economy. Heck in economy.
震災
Inside. Yep.
産業
Sangyo. Son of a bee sting.
住む
Anyway.
お土産
Omiyage.
何年
Nannen. Okay. Wait. Does that preserve the characters, or does that not? That could be hen. For the second one. Sorry, I'm like moving my left hand because I have this like really weird stiffness right in between my pointer and middle finger. I don't know what this is. Many thoughts. I could give it a shot. Like, no, that sounds awful. We'll skip this to the end. That's a no-go. What in the world? Is it detailed? Is that why I just typed show? Yeah, okay. Yellow. Okay. Drawing a blank. Something at the bottom, right? Or low. What's low? Oh, is it oh wait. No, it's not. It's not what I think it is. I don't think. Wait a minute. No, not that either. Dang, how did I forget this one? It's a coon. I think it's a coon, right? No, maybe not. It's not a coon. Just happens to be a weird one, right? Toko. Is it a kun? Oh no, it is a kun. Oh, I'm thinking of hikui. Different. Give something. So what do we use for soko? Riverbed. Just soko until thoroughness. Okay. What is that? The clan. Clan canopy and ground. Another canopy your clan digs in and trying to get to the bottom. Build. Okay.
Hakunin.
Hakunin.
Stomeru.
Stomeru. Oh no! I had it for a moment and then now it's gone. Let's do a feel them out. I feel like no, okay. I'm feeling this. Oh, probably Minori.
Minori.
And the heck? Minori. What in the world is Minori? Minori. You something about being real, true, authenticate. What else could it be? We'll come back to this. Dang it! Alright. Be trapped. Or distress. This might be distress. Right. Or no, not distress. Distress has tree. This is something big and surrounding. Pause. I think this is more like it's too big, it can't fit through the door, but how do I... Oh, because the big mouth is paused, driving everyone to the inn. Pretty sure this is like, oh, haven't really used it in any other way, huh? Okay. Oh, wait.
Kataki.
Ataki is one we should practice. Oh, what? Alright, yellow. Okay. Alright. Oh. What was it? This is a new word. Ford. New word for me anyway.
在留する
I do suru. Okay.
経験者
経験者. Hmm. Oh no. Yeah, I have a problem with this because it's being sure. But sun's always right. Is it? Like no exists. Sun is absolute. Absolute. Absolutely, maybe, yes.
Handan suru.
Undance.
検査する
Census. Not what I think. Or is it what I think? No, not what I think. Huh. It's like a desire. Right. The question is, I don't remember a kun read on the left. Think. Guessing it's probably G on the right. Not too sure about this one. Oh there, Bree. I see that Twitch is being agreeable today. How have you been? Been pretty alright. Today is the 20th, so it's actually the Google Pixel 10 launch, so I'm kind of excited about that because this is the year that I'm upgrading. Hopefully that goes off. That's probably what I'm gonna look forward to reading this evening about. Oh, I remember this. This is like, it's still desire, or one's desire, one's wish. This is nagai. Like in onegai. Negairi. Negaishi. What? Or is it
願い事
Tengai-ngoto? Your birthday is officially 2 weeks away. Ooh, are you making plans yet? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't tell me feeling old. That's too basic. Don't give me a basic answer. Expect more, Bree. Don't tell me you're just feeling old. Absolutely nothing. All right. Well, you still got 2 weeks, Bree. You still got 2 weeks. Got 2 weeks to think about it. What in the world? Wait, did I skip this? I think I might have skipped the left thing again. You might go out for dinner, but that's about it. That's fair enough. What? Your gift is the new Pokemon game, but that doesn't come out until October, so you have to wait. Huh. Do Nintendo's do pre-orders? Yeah, Naki, and then they don't use Mushi? Really? Ain't no way that's Nakichu. The
泣き虫
Oh, that must have been a typo. I must have done a typo. Yes, you pre-ordered like a week ago. Oh, okay. So you've already locked in your birthday gift. Nice. My gift for me today, I give myself things when appropriate. So we're probably gonna order Pixel 10 whenever they launch the order forms. Then I'll have 3 working phones, but we're gonna convert one of the working phones into something else. Because right now I still have my my 2 Pixels, Pixel 3 and my Pixel 6. So we're doing 3-year distances now, or we did a 3-year distance from the last 2, between the last 2, and now we're doing a 4-year distance, right? From 6 to 10. It used to be 1. It started with 1 year, then 2-year separation, then this recent is a 3-year separation, and now we have a 4-year separation. Interesting how technology scales over time, especially smartphone technology. What is this? Like a loser? Oh no, I'm like a crybaby, right? Okay. Today's a light volume day. We got our Wakotabi stuff covered. So it will not be for another close to a year before we go back to Wakotabi. Now we get to do a little bit of break. There's today is a little upkeep thing on PSO2 as well, which I was supposed to do the day I came back from Otakon, but I wanted to take that extra day break because I knew I was going to spend a lot of time talking about Otakon. And that day turned out to be like 2 or 3 times longer than usual. And then P5X is tomorrow. Tomorrow is the P5X 1.4 update. So we do that. It just keeps on rolling. Keeps on rolling. And many of my thoughts and stuff have come true, despite what other people keep talking about. And so we'll talk about that the day after, tomorrow. And then the following day, I haven't decided if I was going to go straight into the new game or not. That I planned, which would take up another week, I would say. Definitely another week's time. And that would bring us to the end of August already. And that means we have to plan for September. I don't know. I haven't thought. Time for French? I mean, September could be. September is going to be when I try to start up Spanish again, right? I think we're going to do like a flex every other month or something like that. Things stack up a lot. I have so many ongoing projects that before I started like declaring what I was going to do or write, I have so many things going on. You've been waiting. Yeah, so many things stacked up. So I had for example, we can only do Spanish in September, right? Because October is Inktober. Inktober is October. So it's already locked in. The thing I do in the third slot is always going to be artwork. I actually haven't even decided if I'm going to do artwork first. Then the lessons, because artwork takes quite a lot of stamina. And this is going to be the first time I had a routine. Well, not really. Because I did artwork with Duolingo, which was pretty exhausting too. It'll be interesting. Yeah, October is vastly approaching, so our month of artwork is coming about soon enough. I'm gonna think about what my themes are, how to like micromanage the time that it takes to do everything. We want to keep it to 2 hours or 3 hours. See how all the input helped with inspiring some output in artwork. I have a lot of ideas floating around. It'll probably be like a mixed bag. A potpourri. Alright. What is this? Net over someone? I feel like it's not that. Dang it. No, that's not what I think it is. Oh, net, coffin. What's that? Net, coffin, and sun? Huh. Net, coffin, and sun. It's kind of like set up. I thought, no, it's not. It's oh wait, it is kind of like that, but young, right? Se? Oh no, not se. Oh, sure. What is it supposed to be? Oh, government office is what they want. You recently become obsessed with words with friends. Good place to flex vocab knowledge. Yeah, words with friends. Oh, that takes me back. I think about 15 years ago. No, not 15 years ago. Has it really been 15 years ago? I think it's been like 15 years ago. What words on stream? There was others like yeah. Yeah, words were friends. Man, that's that's Facebook time. Heyday of Facebook. Words were friends. Yeah, it's 15 years, I think. 38. Wow. You meant words on stream, actually, but you used to play Words with Friends and got too mixed up. No, but it's the same concept. It's, you know, it's that, but attached to the next renaissance. So Words on stream is Words with Friends. Now, the main form of interaction is stream. So it's still conceptually the same. It's kind of like if you say Wordle, but people don't understand New York Times crosswords. Chatexto is fun too, yeah. Chatexto, there are other versions, but the current vogue, like the edge of the edge, if you're like the edge of the edgy of word things, Balatro crossovers with words is the new thing that may or may not take off. But if you, actually, let me check what the basics of. Oh yeah, this is Twitch play, yeah, Twitch integration stuff. But word games that take like Balatro approaches are probably the new age thing that may or may not take off. But yeah, Wordle is still going strong, and now it belongs to New York Times Post. But you know, before then there were crosswords and. What was one that I played quite a lot? Text Twist? Yeah, there's still Text Twist as well. Text Twist with Stream, or Text Twist with those versions are still coming out as well. Gotta love the human ingenuity to integrate more ideas into one thing and then adapt to the times. Obviously, not all adaptations are successful. Like, for example, Disney trying to make everything into live action. That's kind of a low blow, but it's a call, you know. New generation, new adaptations, or trying to predict new adaptations. Like language learning. I talked about this pretty much a substantial amount yesterday when I was talking about Wakotabi. Like right now, the new gen language learning thing is about like CI and whatnot, and that is not a new gen thing. That's an old gen thing turned into a new gen thing, right? And it demonstrates how strong echo chambers are in unbalancing things. In creating imbalance in the world. When something catches on, you gotta obsess over it, and I think it's perfectly healthy. Obviously, when one is aware they're obsessed with something, they can also be able to obsess with new things. Hopefully you don't get obsessed with just one thing. That seems like a dull life to live, but I suppose you have your prerogative. I play Scrabble every once in a while, you know, Scrabble online, Scrabble with friends. It's similar. When you were growing up, have you played Scrabble around the dinner table or like at a place? I played my fair share of Scrabble. Or like I'm surprised Boggle didn't come back. Like Boggle with friends or Boggle with streams. Are you familiar with the game Boggle? It takes like a 4x4 grid. Or I think it might be 4x4 or 3x3. But basically these have little cubes in them, or like dice or something, and there are letters attached to them on each side. It's probably 3x3. It's not 4x4. 4x4, maybe they have a scaled up version, but 4x4. And what happens is you tap it. It's like a tabletop thing. So you like tap it, and all these things randomize, and then you try to make words out of them. And it could be timed, you know, different formats, but it's more or less a text twist. But it has this little like container with, so the novelty is like you shake it, or you like, and then it's lit, you know, it's in like a container, and then all the letters just randomize. Pretty sure it's called Boggle. Let me make sure. Yeah. There's 4x4 called Big Boggle. Yeah, it's a 4x4. You gotta love old stuff being new again. Human spirit. I was thinking of playing a word game on but we're gonna play a different type of word game. This was one of the games that I thought I was gonna pick up. Let me see if I can remember what the name is. It's a new game. What is it called? It has a weird name, but the premise is you discover words. It's an RPG dungeon crawler, and you discover words by taking chances to create. So it's a perpetual hangman integrated into a dungeon crawler. And I don't remember what it's called, but it came out this year. It has a like a black and white, just a black and white aesthetic, and it is like the classic dungeon crawler. I should have listed it, huh? I used to play quite a lot of new age typing games as well that deals with word discovery and word inputs. That's how I kind of try to continue to practice my English. Huh. I don't remember it, but it'll come up. Thought about playing it. There was the last typing word game that I played was Typing Chronicles or something. Hold up. There was a sequel, but the sequel didn't do that hot. Pretty sure it's like Typing Chronicles. Yeah, Epistory, Typing Chronicles. Alright. Let's see. X ground. Patty. What happened? It's gone. What? Oh. Wait. I thought. Oh.
圧倒する
圧倒する. Okay. Uh-oh. Somehow I feel like you're different. Why do I feel like you're different here? It's still men on the right. Gunmen?
顔面
Gunmen. Okay. And yes.
大敵
High-techy.
無敵
Uteki. Ooh. YOLO? No, okay. That was such a low percentage chance. That context sentence does not help. Let's see. Pretty sure this is supposed to be. Yeah, I don't know. Don't quite know what it means either. Is this the unit with the... is this with the pivot? Well, we'll talk. I'll think about it later.
気に入る
Kiniru. What? Akai no... Akano... Ki... And... Kichin o kichinuru. Kiniru. To omoimasu yo. The heck? What incarnation? In the air? Enter in the air? Something... do with a red kitchen. Red kitchen. And air. Is it like... No. Open up? I don't know. Just think about it later.
震える
Oh. What? Oh.
仮面
I'm in. Okay.
説得する
説得する. Oh wait. Just kidding.
機械
Guy. What is Kikai? Machine. Machine and meeting. Kikai じゃない. Eh? Kikai. Hmm. Incarnation, my. We're dropping a lot of meanings. めんどくさい
めんどくさい資本
資本 What? Oh. No? Something else. Pretty sure it's gold, no? Something makes me wanna... I don't know. This is definitely young. Or something like that. Young. Something like young. Se nacho. Se. Seishu. Se. Sejun. Say something. Seishun.
青春
This needs help. Seishun needs help. Young Spring, the definition's fine. Well, you're... Young still gets blue, right? Yeah, blue and young. We'll go with youth will eventually become adults when they acquire their saber. Should say their blue saber. Shun. Youth become adults and they acquire here. Maybe use rite of passage. I'm trying to go over this theme that they typically have about saber and life. About like as soon as youth become adults, they acquire blue sabers. I don't know, tackle their lot. Tackle adulthood, I suppose. Like that. Seishun. Shun. Yeah, we go from Haru to Shun. And I think Shun is the only Shun. No, I think it's Haru the whole time, right? Yeah. And I think we only have Ao and Se. Oh, we do have Shoal, right? Shoal was the thing I was thinking of. But it doesn't look like we use Shoal for this character at all. WaniKani. Alright. Oops.
何月
That's it. We skipped some really wildly questionable ones, so I'm not too confident about my ending today. What? Oh.
認める
Mitomeru.
Ken-o-kan
Kan. Oops. Misspelling. YOLO. Okay, that's not it. Failure of all the things. Pretty sure this is failure. Right? How the... Okay, my gut feelings are not good. Foreman. No. Holding stool and... failure. Is it... Oh, I thought that was it. Yeah. Oh, it's the haiku. That's a little disappointing. Took too long. Took way, way long. Oops.
遠い
Boy.
Jimusho.
事務所。
羨む
Urayamu. That one was okay today. A wee bit more okay.
"素敵
Icky. Excuse me.
「おととい
Ototoi.
防犯
Hoang. What? Oh.
「不機嫌」
Egan.
「戦望」
Zenbo.
「晩ご飯
Bangohan.
「不可能」
Oh no. Then help. Um. Bureaucrat. Right? Or government? Oh. Okay. What in the
資格
Gaku? Dang it! Wait. Detail or thin? Dang it. I'm thinking. Okay. I was thinking if I can trigger the coon, but I kind of lost the coon too. Pretty sure this is thin. Oh, yes. Mnemonics to the rescue. Hmm.
刺さる
Asari.
大気
Like. Whoops. What is that as a radical? It's not paragraph. Paragraph is below it. A flower with paragraph? Like a poem? Okay. Why do you mean, yeah, it's kind of weird, but whenever I think about flower and paragraph together, just think of a nice poem. Maybe like a Robert Frost poem or something. Whoops.
嫌い
Kirai. Kirai.
倒れる
Aoreru. Okay. Heck. Heck.
警察官
Eisatsukan. Dang it. Let's protect. Is door? Oh,
直す
no. Okay. What in the world is that? YOLO? Okay. YOLO? Alright. Let's stop that. So we have the silk. Or wait. That's not silk, that's poop. Poop! Sorry. Whoops. Illusion. Okay. There's not many poops in like poop doesn't come up that often.
資金
Oh wait. Just kidding.
口笛
Chibue. I think normal is good. Yes. Heck. 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 Man. Oh, wait. What? Okay, I mean, fine. They're relevant to each other, but I'm not gonna talk about it.
Tatsu
That's it.
昼ごはん
Did you go home? Oops.
資料
Studio. Materials, data, documents.
いろいろ
Oido. That's a good burn. Alright, we skipped 5. Skipped 5 of these. Alright. Let's try to figure this out. Mutual. This is like mutual again, right? So everything is like the same as usual. And how do I mutual this? Definitely kun. Is it N? No. Warazu, no? Aikawarazu.
相変わらず
Aikawarazu. It's like the same as usual. It is that. I'm pretty sure. Or like as I don't know, as usual as ever. What? Same? Oops. Excuse me? Every day? Same as usual. I'm pretty sure something's wrong here. The same? Okay. Alright. As usual. Okay. Same as usual. As usual as ever. Unchanged. Same old. Same. Nothing special. Normal. As usual, and then rejecting all the other ones is unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable. I think this is terrifyingly bad. We need to come up with double coons. I need a reminder for double coons. I don't even remember where I got the ka from. I don't even know where I got the ka from. From hen. Change. Oh, from ka. The verb. Kairu, probably. Oh, and kawaru. Oh, probably from kawaru, actually. Be changed. So mutual. Interesting. So how do I do that? How do I expand this? Okay, I think so. I is interesting. That's from like partner, right? Aite. Okay. When partners share a mutual soul, they often find change to be as usual as the same. Maybe they often find, man, when partners share a mutual soul, I need to find I think we're gonna switch this up a little bit better. When partners share a mutual soul and I each other, their love is unchanged, remains the same despite change in things like ha. I get enough here? Despite kawasu in things like a ka. Oh, that's kind of elaborate, but that will probably nail it pretty hard. When partners share a mutual soul, so a mutual soul, And I is we're talking about Chinese I. When they I each other, their love, which is I, which is not in here. Their love remains the same as usual, right? Despite kawasu. Kawasu is to change. There it is. Kawarazu. Kawasu. Kawasu in things like a ka, which is this read right here. Okay. We'll see. That's a very special one, I think. Take a while. How often have I heard that? As usual. Maybe. Kawarazu. Kawarazu. Not sure. And then now we have Minori Minori is harvest. Okay. So that solved itself. And then now I know Kawaru. Oh no, it's not Kawasu, it's Kawaru. I screwed up.
変わる
Kawaru. Hold up. Let me see if I can go grab. It's not Kawasu, Kawaru. I'm doing double duty here. I'm also reminding myself what Kawaru is using this. Okay. Holy. Like, let's just say to enter. Maybe like to enter the energy. Enter with energy? The atmosphere. The what? Oh man. You do. Alright, we'll come back to this. What was the last one? Like, drawing a blank on Kikai. Kikai is what is this? What is this? Jihui? Okay, Jihui. And Kiniru. Is it? I think Kiniru is more like enter the energy, like having joining to an energy. Well, this is asking about the kitchen. So what do you like about a red kitchen? Oh, wait. I guess to share in the energy. To take a liking, probably. To take a liking to, or something like that. That's a terrible burn. This is a terrible burn. Unfortunately, this is very special. A very special phrase. When entering into positive energy. Let's write something at least. Key. The key to liking something is to share, is to enter the same state of energy I don't think I need eagle in there. We're not gonna throw eagle in there. Oh, maybe like the key to liking something is to observe, like in eagle, and enter the same state of energy, right? Although energy is more like mindset and everything else, right? We're just using energy as the really hardcore back thing. Okay. Is it 5 o'clock? Oh wow, we took more than 5. Took a lot longer than I thought.
飛ばす
Basu. Okay. Yeah, this is the rest of the stuff. Heck.
嫌味
Yummy. Yummy. Like hurtful words, right? Okay.
無償
Musho. Whoops. Okay. Okay. This is probably where I digressed. That's why we had a gap here. Sorry.
込む
Omu.
ありがと
Arigato. Okay.
う被害者
Hikaisha.
存在する
Zonzai suru.
尻尾
Oh. Okay, not too bad. Oh man, tomorrow we have 15 reviews at 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. We might flip it and do HanziHero first, probably. I don't want to keep getting later and later. What is tomorrow? P5X day? Yeah, we're probably gonna flip the schedule so we can get a slightly earlier start. Maybe if I'm tired and whatnot. I'm kind of recuperating from the whole Wagotabi thing. Every time I end a project, it's like recovery day. The following day is a bit of a recovery day. I want to take it a little bit lighter. Otherwise, I'll burn myself out in the short term. Don't want to do that. Discipline. Okay. So, our mnemonics: bath, cheap, dollar, saw, allocate, piece, football, ability, clothes, and icicle. Let's do our reads. Fairly comfortable already. Fairly comfortable now. Okay. Batsu. An. Ko. Gatsu. Ka. O. Kaku. Chi. Ka. Se. Ji. Shi. Yo. Send help. Heck. How do I draw a blank on you? Oh, we're gonna skip it for now. Heck. Up on this too. Alright, let's just give it for now. Fuji. Aku. An. Chi. Yu. Heck. Iki. Shi. O. E. Ga. Heck. Akira. So that. Alright. Back to this. Saku. And this I got stuck on the longest today. Still is. Oh. Okay. Alright. Not too bad. Pretty good today. I'll be a little bit good today and not digress. I got all my ideas. A lot of my ideas already got recorded in that last like 5-hour session yesterday in Wagotabi. Got it out there. Recorded it. Nice. So let's prone to digression right now. Okay, right. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. Always welcome to stop on by, share some stories, exchange some ideas, brainstorm some strategies. Always, until next time, for those who are only interested in WaniKani in Japanese, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right, see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第220天. It is day 220. Got a few, and I did end up recalling the two that I forgot yesterday, which was 智, or ji, as in male, ji and yo. Oh no, yi as in doubt. Let's see if I remember how to write them. One of the others were Cho, right? Cho, which is take out. We have Wei is maintain. I think my ways are like my way, and my way is getting out of control. It's quite a lot. There's also Chen for lining, I think. Yeah. And then the two with G, male was right. G. And then Yi was Zamboni, right? Zamboni is spoon. I'm gonna say foreman, arrow, and pointer. And this is Yi or doubt. Let's go double check, because I'm not quite sure about the right one. Oh no, it's not. It's like an elbow. Of course it's an elbow. Okay. Oh, that's from yesterday. Oh, and then that's a unique. That's fine. Oh, correct. Elbow, not foreman. Elbow. All right. Okay, let's get into this, shall we?
漏洞
漏洞。漏洞。leaky 洞。What is that? Mask? Leaky cave? A leak? A leaky hole is probably what I would. A cave is a hole as well. So you have a leaky hole, that's a leak. So don't really need to refer to this as cave. 我们必须 sorry, 我们必须调 我们必须调 调 嗯 交付交付所有的漏洞。We need交付 return to recover all the leaks. So we need to fix all the leaks. Okay. Oh, 修. Oh man, that's 修, not 修. That's why it didn't make any sense. I'm like, repair? How do you, yeah, 修复. Return to repair. Okay. Ugh. That was a little yikes.
漏洞
漏洞
遵守
遵守遵守 to guard, to obey, to abide by. Interesting. So to abide by is to obey the rules and to guard yourself against breaking them. A way to think about it. Okay. 我们必须遵守遵守规则 no 规则
我们必须遵守规则。
Okay.
遵守
遵守 okay. ，abide
煤矿
okay, 煤矿煤 coal and coal mine, yeah, 煤矿 okay. On the head. 他在煤矿工作 right, working in the coal mines.
煤矿掌声
掌声掌palm 声 sound. Oh, palm sound. Oh, that makes sense. Or palm voice. Applause. Fair enough. Or clapping. Yes. 掌声我可以能这里我可以从这里听到掌声。
我可以从这里听到掌声。
I can hear clapping from here. Yep, I can hear the applause from here. Yeah.
掌声竞争
It's interesting, since I've spent so much of my early days reading. It's interesting to be able to know what the meaning is of the stuff without even having to know what it sounds like, actually. So like when I'm reading this, I already know the meaning as I'm reading it, but I don't like it takes me a bit to vocalize it. But it takes me so much long to vocalize it than to say, you know, they won the competition. Or they won that competition, I suppose. Competition 竞争 yeah, compete contend. 他赢了那场 is this still 场那场竞争 Okay.
漏洞、
漏洞、
煤矿、
煤矿、
遵守、
遵守、
竞争、
竞争、
掌声、
掌声。Okay, next one. 竞选，竞选，竞选 competition and choose to run for. Yeah, so you're choosing to compete. Right, to run for office, choosing to compete. 他决定，竞选市场，
他决定竞选市长。
竞选市长，市长。对，竞选。
煤气、
coal, get the energy or air, gas. Yeah. 我们用煤气来做饭。
煤气、镭射、
thunder electrified body. What is that? Thunder shoot. Okay. A laser gun, huh? Oh, 镭射. Oh, this is this is a loan word. 镭射. It's supposed to sound like laser. 镭射. That's how I would read it. 镭射. Or even maybe even 镭射. Laser. Yeah, 镭射 would be fine too instead of 镭射. Although it's kind of cute. I mean, like, shoot thunder. It's kind of like lasers shooting thunder, or like I know thunder is not the light part. It would be shooting lightning would be kind of closer to laser. But I think this is a coincidence. But 镭射 would be okay too. For laser, 镭射. What would be a good for it? Oh no, there aren't quite good the's though. 镭射. 镭射是强大的武器. I'm not sure actually how lasers are deployed as a weapon. Pardon my ignorance.
镭射、
镭射 okay.
相仿、
mutual 仿 mutual what is that? Mutual imitation. Yeah, similar. Mutual imitation. Alike. 我们两个的年 something 相仿。
他们两个的年龄相仿。
Ling? Interesting. That's an interesting Ling. It kind of looks like Ling. In two different ways, it kind of looks like Ling. Or it looks like Ling, sort of.
相仿、
相仿 okay.
脚掌、
脚掌 foot palm. The palm of our foot is the sole of our foot. 我的脚掌痛。Okay.
脚掌、
I think soul is perfectly fine. You don't have to say more than the soul of our hands. Sorry.
竞选、
竞选、
镭射、
镭射、
煤气、
煤气、
脚掌、
脚掌、
相仿、
相仿、
仿冒品、
仿冒品、counterfeit goods、仿冒品、imitation 冒品、veil. What is veil? Imitation risk. Imitation risk. Goods. Counterfeit. Makes sense. Fake goods. Well, I'm actually kind of curious how Chinese speakers express something that is fake but not counterfeit. Did they use the same expression for counterfeit as a cheap imitation versus an alternative? I was watching sometimes YouTube's so sometimes, you know, I watch a lot of multicultural, like a multicultural or transcultural, I don't know what you call these now, multicultural or transcultural. So hear me out, I'm thinking of a new term. I don't know if people use this, but transcultural is someone who I would say like the idea of another culture, so they go and experience the culture, but they don't commit to internalizing that culture. So more like a tourist, right? Like someone who wants to superficially or romanticize another culture. I feel like that's more of a transcultural thing. And then like they're dabbling, right? And then we have multiculturalism, which are people who typically spend most of their lives in, like, they have to adjust to two separate cultures that require either code switching or internalizing and blending the two. So because of that, YouTube does serve me videos where it's a mixed bag. And before I came on today, I was looking for some talking topics because I was very exhausted yesterday from Wakotabi discussion, or the thing I was recording. And it was some person who was eating sushi, right? Sushi. And they talked about how they eat American sushi, right? And then they went to Japan and they found that whatever they tried was not up to, like, it wasn't for them. It didn't agree with their palate or something like that. And of course, as expected, some of the highest rated comments are accusations of this person deliberately underplaying sushi in Japan in order to rage bait people. And it was very difficult to know what the intention is. But this is where it gets to the point of there's a difference between transculturalism, which is what I'm using right now, but people who understand or romanticize a culture, versus understanding the normalized behavior and its impact on people's preferences, right? How is this related to Wakotabi yesterday? Was that language learning also has this dissonance where people have potential to appreciate things in the same way, perhaps, but ultimately the reality is they choose preferentially based on their normalized behaviors. So, and then when that normalized behavior becomes stigmatized, which is what happens in language learning as well. One is a cheap counterfeit, and one is a cheap imitation that is often a double standard for the other. So in terms of language learning, for example, there are easily more stronger voices for particular things and not other things. And they often ascribe to words like serious, real, natural versus fake, unnatural, and cheap. Right? And I'm often kind of curious so I'm kind of curious when you like talk to, say, a Chinese person, right? Or someone of Chinese origin who's a native speaker, do they, Nihongo jouzu desu, right? Well, jouzu desu all over you in the sense of it's empty flattery versus sincere astonishment or admiration, right? And every time I see counterfeit, it's associated with being fake, right, or imitation. But here's the thing: it's pretty. I think when when you start to appreciate the way humans, mortality and the idea of how human legacy works, nearly everything in existence is an imitation. Until it's not. Until that imitation surpasses what it imitates, right? And then it sets the standard. So oftentimes standard fluctuates, but we throw around words like imitation, counterfeits, and in my opinion, as in I'm including myself, right, on the internet, you can't help but do the human condition in which you take the gold standard and you compare everything to the gold standard. So you sideline anything outside of the gold standard until it ceased to be a gold standard. Then you jump ship and embrace the new gold standard. Or you can choose to be righteously indignant and stick to whatever standard that you are. So I think over a course of a lifetime, someone's going to have something they do in the position of being imitating, and then a position in which there's a gold standard. And oftentimes when it comes to foods, right? Foods, it's double standards, especially from my perspective, who grew up in the United States. And most definitely, it's incredibly relevant to me because a low-hanging fruit cheap shot is always saying like the Chinese food in the United States is not real, because they have to qualify it by saying American Chinese food. Like, well, it's a do if you don't, a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation, because if they called it American food, it doesn't stop the double standards from happening and saying, well, that's Chinese food that they're trying to imitate, but they're calling it American. So it's a lose-lose situation, but ultimately it's a cognitive dissonance to people who aren't multicultural. That sounds very direct, but if one cannot appreciate living in more than one culture, then yes, it would be very, very distinctively easy and trivial to tell people what is the imitation, which is cheaper, and what isn't. Because you don't live in an environment in which you find that the integration of things is potentially not just an imitation, but it could be emergently superseding the previous, right? All of existing human history right now to this day is a emergence of what preceded us. So as a stopgap to introduce the human condition, it would be incredibly unintellectual and incredibly asinine, or maybe even closed off and culturally discriminatory or openly discriminatory, in my opinion, to suggest that anything that comes after something is rendered a cheap facsimile of what it's based on. I think those are individuals who believe that whatever they do are not subject to change because they believe they are always in the right. And when you speak like that in public, I tend to try not to counter argue or discuss anything with such a personality, in my opinion, in order to be agreeable. Because when you start saying things like that, it's almost as though you have to qualify anything. So the idea is to take the path of least resistance for those, right? It will be a double standard regardless. How do I say this? Authenticity and traditionalism and origin is not falsifiable when it comes to like triviality, or maybe not even trivialities, but topics of secession, right? Topics of secession, when you're talking about someone who is constantly focused on origination, their theories and their feelings and stuff, it's not falsifiable. It's a fact. Something came before you. Something came before everything that you observe now. Human history is linear but non-continuous. As in, like, between each individual, between each group, civilization, it's discontinuous. The people of today do not retain all of the emotional memories of the people of yesterday and the like experience and whatnot. They can be preserved in the best way possible, you know, as comprehensively as possible, vicariously. But I think that's instant do not recommend for me. So when I see that someone cultivates and does not communicate the celebration of cultures, then to me, I prefer not to be associated with that. So just had a thought of this when I was watching the video, and I can understand that you know, that person was just, well, it appears that person was sharing their opinion, right? However, because they are a content creator, it's a public display. So the reflection of your community, whether you think you have control over it or not, is also reflective of what your content attracts. And in my opinion, there was an incredible amount of bigotry in the comments. And that speaks volumes to what type of, you know, reception or presentation that person has. And it happens a lot, especially if you're diving into multiculturalism. I think the internet actually it's kind of a little bit ironic nowadays, but if 10 years ago, maybe like a decade ago, I would say without a doubt internet increases diversity, right? Diversity, acceptance, tolerance, and the sharing of ideas. But due to the advent of merchandising, marketing, and optimization, it has overcompensated for optimizing the chaos, you know, the spuriousness of the internet. Like, it was way diverse. It was the Wild West. So in order to optimize that and normalize it, algorithms and AI generated stuff and like pre-selection took foothold, and I think it overcompensated for how wild and unregulated the internet is in terms of the matter of taste and culture. Other things, it's still the Wild West, right? But in this case, I think commentary and understanding about cultural exchange and cultural interactions and celebration of a cultural perspective, like different cultural perspective, is to me the vocal commentary is far less diverse than it has been 10 years ago, because now most of the normalization is established, right? The standardization are established by whoever is the loudest. Sometimes it's the majority, sometimes it's the minority. It's very difficult to tell. Like, for example, what is a common notion about the United States? Oh, all the foods are sugary, and that's why it can never taste good, or it can never be something you want. Those are like 2 or 3 really wild in my opinion. I have 2 or 3 really wild reservations about that type of statement. First, that sugary foods are not good or taste good to a person. It is in fact the reason they taste good is the problem. So it's already oxymoronic to say that. And then suggesting that people who like healthy foods, or quote unquote healthy foods, versus people who understand how to eat in moderation, that those are 2 different things. But usually people who say individual who eats healthy foods are typically also coincidentally people who moderate their eating. And those people who moderate their eating are human beings who will still be able to appreciate why sugary foods are good and can be prone to overeating. So it's not the sugary food that makes food bad, right? And therefore somehow is attached to the cultural identity of people's palates. That's coming, that might be an ignorance of culture, ignorance of behavior, and also an ignorance of science and ignorance of biology, all wrapped in one. That's kind of like the reason why I'm being a little bit more pedantic about this is because those individuals tend to follow up and try to explain the science and the cultural history and the relationship with things, but it's more like echo chamber things coming from one side, and it's cherry picking all the things that support their argument without understanding that their argument makes for an argument against the very thing they're defending. Like, what happens then, someone would cite an example that counter argues their example. It's like, well, yes, because they exist. Sugary foods exist unanimously. It's ubiquitous. And biology didn't suddenly change to make sugary fruit less appealing. The idea is the cultural aspect of moderating eating and availability of like ingredients and uses of ingredients normalize people's behaviors. Right? Like sensitivity, desensitivity, aging, many of that does impact it. Like here's a really fun theory or thought experiment. Obviously, I'm not saying this is true or not, but it would be interesting if the overall age and the people who are determining what kind of foods are served and passed on impact dramatically the perception of what food is good. Especially on the internet, this is very relevant. But in Japan, there's a disproportionate authority for the older generation, selectively significantly larger body of authority figures, who also biologically is older. So it would be fun to see how strong of a correlation, right? Again, correlation is not the same as causation, but we'd see if there's a significant correlation between how old the average body of Japan is, correlated with who the authorities are that regulate and like produce food in Japan, and how that reflects and associate and correlate with the biology of food sensitivity when it comes to palates, right? When given to the devices of the people who claim certain foods are good and certain foods are bad, inherently sugary foods are good. Biologically, sugary foods are good. So if you, what is a great example of this? Despite growing up with specific diets, and then you move to a country that either have more or less of very specific tendencies, the same human would adjust to the environment that they have, not the other way around. So suggesting and comparing apples and oranges like that is pretty foolish, or the word I typically use is asinine. It's an incredibly ignorant commentary, and then trying to make an argument that it has something to do with the education of people is even more wilder. So it gets to the point where it's very revealing when someone only talks about negative things. Meanwhile, they're using an internet powered by the very culture that they dislike or, you know, show disdain for. Really, really contentious stuff. But I watched one of the shorts. Someone didn't like Japanese sushi, so firestorm because of a trend. And this person just so happens to be American, so there you have the low-hanging fruit argument. You know, when you spin things like there's a lot of counter statistics as well for that stuff. Like the people who invest most are the people who have the problem in the alternatives, not the other way around. There's also that, like, if you have a problem, then the culture that's actively addressing the problem is the one probably doing the most for regulating the thing, not the other way around. If people don't have problems, then they don't necessarily address it. So when people talk about this, like, if you think about it this way, there's a prevailing misconception that a system tend to have poor awareness and poor, like, regulations and qualities of the solution. So, like, say a country that has a symptom, so like they're very unhealthy or something is correlated with weight gain, for example, and that somehow translates to the idea that their food that they're producing are all statistically intrinsically unhealthy. Here's the thing though, when you're observing something across a time, typically the system that has the problem that they're addressing will likely be the system that has an increased attempt to counter it. So I would love to see, as a thought experiment, what are the measures and how healthy are foods in general, like in the innovations. I would actually even argue that not only is it not a big distance between the healthy foods that exist in the United States versus Japan, it still have to take into consideration the normalized behavior of what is there, right? It's not one to just have healthy foods. It's also one to create a cultural environment that creates that sustainable habit to want to do that, or even to recondition. Imagine telling someone how to recondition the way they write internet comments out of ignorance and bigotry versus being like compassionate, right? If you can't do that, I can only imagine how hard it is for someone to convince someone that it might not be the intrinsic nature of the food that you keep blaming. It's the intrinsic nature of being human. Sugary foods are not bad. They're actually good. That's why they are can be abused. They can be unregulated, not the other way around. If you can explain that a healthy food is inherently bad, like a sugary food is inherently bad or not useful, usually I would say the consequence is that it would eliminate that food. It would self-eliminate, right? Like less people would eat it over time if it's truly bad. I understand there's a little mix. When people say bad, they mean it's so good it's bad, right? To make it's so good it's bad is through moderate eating, you know, like regulatory eating, not that sugar is bad. It's one of those like fitness nutrition trends that are happening right now. Kind of like saying fats are bad, carbs are bad, that kind of thing. But it's part of your biological makeup. So perhaps a little bit of education on the side may make you less discriminatory. It's not a big deal though. I think that's, in my opinion, that's your pretty average internet commentary nowadays. And I want to take this back to language learning. It's very similar to language learning. I mean, we still exchange ideas about other things, right? Doesn't really have to be about food. I typically observe these patterns and see if they exist somewhere else. They exist in language learning. Spent kind of like 3 or 4 hours yesterday talking about that. In fact, by sheer coincidence, after I mentioned what I mentioned yesterday, I looked at a review again. A new review or commentary popped up on like the Wakotabi page, their storefront, like the store page, and sure enough, a serious language learner showed up and trivialized what it means to be serious and not serious. And they behaved and typed exactly like the prototypic archetype that I was talking about yesterday. You know, like I already said, serious language learners know what they want, but they also make comments that do not concern people who are not serious language learners. And those language learners that are not serious about language learning can still learn a language. Not only that, they may become serious language learners one day. But that doesn't stop a serious language learner from forgetting that and making an asinine comment like there's no value in what anything does that doesn't cater to a serious language learner. That's the same thing as saying I love Japanese sushi and I can't love any other sushi. Right? Quite similar mindsets when you draw the parallelisms. And every day, you know, I think about these things. I read comments, studies, right? Actually, more so nowadays, I read studies because of comments. So when someone says something like, oh yeah, see, I was right all along, and I would go and they would say, this is the study that proves it. Then I would go to read the study, and it would be some very neutral, fairly agnostic writing because it's research, right? And it has lots of perspectives in the paper due to having to satisfy peer review. Meanwhile, the comment that made me read that primary literature was ultimately to refute how that person probably, I would say, 9 out of 10 times did not read whatever the primary literature was. They cited the paper and then maybe like glanced I mean, I would even argue they probably listened to a summary of someone who made a summary of that primary literature and passed it off as knowledge of the primary literature. That's how you get certain foods are always superior to another food. That's how you get those impressions. Or certain foods made by certain people are different from certain people who make the same food because it can never be the same. Meanwhile, those are also the same people who may qualify that all people are the same while they're all the different at the same time. It's an argument of convenience, much like when you criticize and try to observe language learning methods. It's often presented with evidence of convenience. I think there would be a wonderful, I'm sure there's a masterclass somewhere. Someone's offering a masterclass on this, making money off of it, I suppose. Understanding how to write a analytical piece versus how to write a persuasive piece. I don't think people ever type comments and make conversations. Like the vast majority of people online are far more practiced and probably incredibly skillful, maybe even profitable, on writing persuasive pieces. They talk in a manner that is indicative and bias, right? And I think here's the even deeper cut. People who think they're agnostic in their writing in the commentary state that they're not biased in a biased way. Like it's very telltale sign. Like, hey, I don't mean to be offensive or not about like how trashy American foods are, but that's what I mean. How to say you're not biased in the most biased way you can possibly say it. And I'm not sure of the intent. We're talking about language here, right? So we're talking about communication and language. This is what I mean when I go back to this term. A lot of terms that I've been learning in Japanese and Chinese starts to make me wonder, like, what is the essence of the use case for these terms? Like, does counterfeit goods, what does that apply to that is relevant to my lifestyle, right? When will I use this term, or maybe have to construe this term in some way? This one, I'm very curious. A counterfeit goods is very flexible, right? In my opinion, it could be something of legal matters, like, oh, it's not allowed goods, right? A good that shouldn't be counterfeited. Or is it talking about a lesser product? Right, and it has lots of cultural relevance, what you refer to it as. It could be as even serious as, am I a counterfeit Chinese person? Right? I mean, I've already been told, I've been watching some interviews from this other guy who interviews international celebrities or outreach celebrities that live two lives. They live half and half. There was an interview with a Hawaiian American Japanese person, and they were talking about how they were bridging and trying to be supportive in raising awareness and integrating and associating, taking exchange, like cultural exchange. And my first thought was, what are the chances in the interview somewhere they also mentioned the idea about being fake or being accused of not being real, right? And that's the life of someone who is multicultural versus someone who is monocultural or strongly monocultural or preferentially monocultural. And comes up every time. I think there's no shortage. I find even some of my most reasonable people that I've met over the years, when we talk, it stems from, it can be stemmed indirectly from the things they talk about. Like things like, oh yeah, but you know, I really like the original more. That's not to say that I can't be great friends with them. I'm actually great friends with, or at least I think we can still share mutual space and learn from each other and whatnot. But there are propensities and preferential things that are fairly hard-coded by our environment. So if you stay in an environment in which you are rarely ever contested, the internet, because you can hit an ignore button whenever you want, you can close the window whenever you want. If you fully embrace that, then also accept the consequences that when you converse with someone, you rarely ever sound worldly. You usually sound ignorant, right? And that is a consequence that you must navigate in your own way of defense, right? You can leave a comment, say the most double standard, discriminatory comment, and then you can close it and never see the comment again. That's one defense mechanism you can use in order to always be right about your comments. Alternatively, you have other behaviors. Like, for example, whenever I ask someone, did you like the new series? It's like, no, I hate the new series. It's just never going to be like the original. I'm like, yeah, I feel ya. And that bleeds into pretty much a lot of the behavioralisms of that person. It tells a lot from that one comment. Like, if you are constantly weighing the original, then I often wonder how much of an impact of that preference would be to their livelihood of change. If you always think something is always the same and always the best, what are your potential, right? Your preferential potential to iterate and improve. I think for me, I see that a lot because my life has shaped me to see that a lot. So whenever someone tells me, oh yeah, you know, I do the same thing I do every year, it's like, well, perhaps this year may be different. At least this year I get to talk to you about your days, right? I'm different. Let's try to be a little different this time. Oh, they're lucky. Alright, that's good enough for today. I gotta get... You don't have a lot of time? That's fine. Hello, lucky day. Hope you're doing well since the last time we spoke. Good things are happening, right? Alright. Fang Mao Ping. Oh no, Fang Mao Ping.
仿冒品
You reached 300 items in HanziHero? Awesome. You got a hot pick for me? What's a hot pick in HanziHero? In the last 300 items. What do you got? I was just talking about this term here, counterfeit goods, like what it meant to me, or the essence of the characters. So it reminded me of a lot of things that happened in my life and still happening on the internet on a daily basis. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit before you dropped in.
山洞
Shandong. Congrats on reaching 300 items. Keep up the good work. Lucky day as well.
山洞
Shandong.
扶手椅
Ushoyi. Interesting. Support by the hand chair, right? Up to Dakai. Dakai, yeah. What do you think that means? Just to take out, or to open up, or to pull out. There's quite a lot, but Dakai is fine. You learned this item today? I see. Very nice, very nice. Probably, they probably primarily use it as to open up, Dakai, or to open. Take out is pretty good too, for Dakai. Fu Shou Yi. 我买了一张新的扶手椅。
我买了一张新的扶手椅。
扶手椅 弃
To abandon. Interesting. I'm not familiar with this one. Kirby, huh? Dakai is very, very useful. Yeah, Dakai is we got a lot of opportunities to hear that item. or hear that vocabulary word. Kirby is in the bathroom of the house where there's a large tree growing out of a bucket. Okay, in the bathtub. Okay. Kirby goes up to the tree and abandons his elbow pads. Yikes. Next to it before going to the bathroom. He never wants to see that abandoned elbow pad ever again. Ooh, that's rough. Let's switch this up. Got to go? Yeah, take care, Lucky. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with your good luck until the next time I see you. Good luck, good luck. Keep up the good work. Okay. How do we read? This is not going to go well with the whole abandoning thing. So let's say Kirby went to the bathroom of his house thinking maybe it's about time to put on some gear, right? Some protective gear, because he's always fighting with peeps, right? So he had a bucket helmet, a wooden bucket helmet, and some wooden elbow pads made out of tree wood, right? Tree wood. We're gonna use tree key as a form of wood as well for these. Tree wood. But after seeing how ridiculous he looks and how cumbersome it is, he decided to ditch the bucket, the elbow pads in the bathroom, abandoning the idea, right? I think that's what we're gonna use. And the reason why this is gonna work for me is because Kirby typically wears a hat or head of whatever, like the helmet ornament, whenever he acquires a new skill or a new enemy. And an elbow pad, yeah, you know what? He has stubby arms. Maybe a gauntlet or something is close enough to elbow pad and whatnot. Maybe one of his skills is to like elbow check things. So that's what we're gonna use. I don't think we're gonna use it. This is too way out there. I mean, you can still remember it using the order, but it's fine. I'll add a little bit of meaning to it. Actually, maybe we'll write it in. Get to the habit of writing it in. So, Kirby. Bathroom, right? House. Protection gear. Tree wood. Elbow pads. Tree wood bucket. Helmet. Elbow pads. Doesn't work. Abandon idea. Right. Probably what we're gonna do. Okay, abandon. Ah, yay. 抛弃. Interesting. 抛弃. To give up? Oh. 放弃. Huh. 放弃. Oh, that makes sense. 放弃. 背弃. To abandon. Fail. Okay. Interesting. Wait, is Bay not back? Back abandoned. Okay, cold shoulder. Is it cold? No. 嫌弃. Oh, dislike. Dislike, abandon, cold shoulder. 嫌弃. We don't have 嫌 yet, but because it's kirai, right? It's kirai. Or kira. Or gen, ken, what have you. WaniKani was here first.
系
Okay.
尾
Gui. Oh, we finally have Gui. What was the first use of this? Kwai. Kwai for lump. Gui. Goofy is in the basement of the beach house by the bay, digging through old beach equipment in the dark sandy room. Okay, got it, got it. Suddenly, a ghost of an old surfer appears, who startles Goofy to death. Whereupon he too became a ghost, and Goofy goes, "Okay, that's fine. It's goofy enough." I feel like Goofy can also be reduced to what's good, Scooby Doo, as well. Seeing that Scooby Doo is not being used. Right. Drunkard. 酒鬼. 酒鬼. That's kind of humorous. 酒鬼. Coward. Interesting. 胆小鬼. Interesting. 胆小鬼.魔鬼. Oh yeah, 魔鬼. What was the saying that the scriptures, like the monks always say? It's like 魔鬼快啲走. 魔鬼快啲走, or something like that. I think that's, I'm not even sure if that's Cantonese or Mandarin. I don't remember. But they always say like devil be gone, right? Please devil leave. Like it's an exorcist. I remember back in the day, well, I still watch those types of things, like monks, like the mysticism, like the Taoism, Confucius kind of programming, like the wuxia stuff, right? 魔鬼 is like 魔鬼快啲走. So like I'm pretty sure that's Cantonese because of 快啲走. Because of it would be more like 快, right? 快啲走 or something. 快. So it's just like, please go away, like quickly go away, please, devil, please go away, kind of thing. So it reminds me of like the Chinese exorcist. They were excising demons and devils. 魔鬼. To make mischief. Interesting. 搞鬼. Nothing for 搞. A ghost. 鬼魂. 鬼魂. Neat.
鬼
Alright.
仿冒品
How do you spell fit? Oh, there is an E. Wait, hold up. It's counterfeit French. Oh no, it's not. Oh yeah, it's an old French word. Yep. Whenever I'm like, wait a minute, I have a spelling error here. It's like, is it French? Counterfeit. Like I wrote counterfeit, FIT. I'm like, wait a minute, there's an E in there, and it's not even the it's even more different than this. But anytime there's like when you start spelling and there's a division, I'm like, I have a feeling this is a French word or a French origin. So far we're like 90% on point. Whenever there's like a common now whenever I have like a common spelling error because there are two things that sound alike, I think 9 out of 10 times it's because of it has something to do, it correlates with its French origin. Now that might be confirmation bias because a lot of words share French, relations, so that might just be a confirmation bias, the sampling size. Like what are the other choices? Well, it could be Old English, like I'm only going one step back, like the most previous step. So it could be Latin, Old English, Germanic, something entirely unrelated because of loanword situation, and then French. So still, it could be like overwhelmingly there just happens to be like a large number of words are that, but I doubt it. Like for example, what is the word? What is the origin of counter? It's both English and Old French put together, right? Like that's what I'm talking about. So the ones that ends up being a little bit suspicious, it's like entirely or at least it's registered to be more heavily influenced by French. Like I don't know, rendezvous, right? How do you even spell rendezvous? Is it rendezvous? Yeah, that's probably it.
山洞
Andong. It's irrelevant if, I'm not too concerned whether it's correct or not, what I'm saying. The idea is I find like being aware of what's happening is really fun. And then watching that awareness, that constant awareness change as you go. Like maybe 2 or 3 years down the line when I'm still constantly revisiting these English words while trying to learn Chinese, Japanese, and Spanish, and even French, and even French itself, my perspective might change, right? The idea that I'm illustrating here is I like living in the moment. I like being aware of these things, observing these things. That's in my opinion what I think I mean when I say someone is very perceptive and observant, right? Those who are not perceptive and observant are those who prescriptionally only observe the things that they are focused on and trying to achieve, not observe what's happening in the time. So one can easily achieve like peak performance in running without understanding that they're starting to wear their leg out, right? That's the difference between like being observant and alert and aware of what you're doing while doing it versus someone who's doing it because they believe in it and trust it, right? I'm always constantly doing these things, and it's fun to see how my opinions and perception changes over time. Or personally, it's fun, not that other people tell me it's fun. I'm not entirely sure if anyone finds this enjoyable or not, like vicariously. I'm not a reactionary, like I don't record reaction things or spend a lot of time summarizing things and giving people TLDRs. So it would take a monumental task, in my opinion, or my personal friend to be able to observe meaningful changes in a digestible amount of time. Like, I'm not even sure if people, the new friends that I have, the newer friends from the online scene, remember what I was like 6 years ago. Since then, I've known people more than 6 years ago, and I've often wondered if they ever become aware of all the things that have changed over the years, right? How often, in my opinion, have you had a relationship with someone who wasn't a parasocial relationship that you notice the change as it's happening? Usually it's probably a very close friend or a family member or your significant other or even a sibling that you share a space with or roommates that you share a space with. So online, this type of like reflection that I'm talking about is typically reflection with myself, right? And the one or two occasional people who have seen it transform over the time. Like I can't even begin to explain to you how different right now what I'm doing is from a year and a half, or like getting close to 2 years when I first started language learning. I can't tell you like immense Grand Canyon gap between my experience now versus a year and a half ago. It's a no contest, absolute no contest. And I kind of reasonably thought I was kind of intelligent back then. Like I thought I had certain opinions that were like pretty good, but man, they lacked detail. Now I can say a lot more about things, way more, and still be incredibly enthusiastic about it. Something about that makes life worth living and pursuing all the things you do. So hopefully, if there's anything I want to communicate here, is when you start becoming aware in the present, yeah, you can, most people, I think they got it down packed what they want in life, you know, like the goals and stuff that they go out to pursue. But there's something incredibly viscerally satisfying that keep you going when you stay aware and attentive in the present day as well, so you don't lose focus of the present. And in just like that, you know, just like that, your life feels a lot fuller, in my opinion. It's likely to feel a lot fuller, right? If you're constantly reaching for the future, like in a blink of an eye, you don't know where your time went. Like, what did you do yesterday? Did you remember detail about what you did yesterday? I don't know. I mean, some people, they spend their entire summer, and then I asked them, what did you do in the summer? It's like, I chilled. So you summarized your 3 months of break, and you're going back to that dreaded school that you hate, but it doesn't seem like you like your summer vacation either, because you didn't say anything about it either. Right? That to me is an indication that someone is drifting. In my opinion, they are likely drifting through their lives. And maybe they're drifting because they have a huge goal at the end of the tunnel that they're looking at. That could be a possibility. Usually I ask them like, okay, well, what was your intent for your summer vacation? What did you intend to do? Did you achieve that? You know, did you have fun? Was it summer to have fun? Sometimes you bump into people who say, yeah, I need to make money in the summer and I got it done. Like, that's awesome. That's one more detail about the time you spent than someone who says, I don't know, I just did stuff. Like, that's hopefully you feel good about that next year and the year after that and the year after that, because honestly, life can be as long as you feel it is, and it can be as short as you can feel it is. That's one of the fun things about being human. Something can feel really long when you're paying attention to it, and it can feel very short when you're not paying attention to it. And language learning, short as heck, has dilated my time. Okay. Oh, yeah.
尾
Wait. When I hear ghost in my head, I hear Gui. Like, the moment I say Gui, it's ghost. So I don't think we need anything of that. There's still quite I'm gonna say, how many characters are we up to? Like, I think we're past like 1,400 characters. I think about 1,200 of those characters now are like that. This can only mean this. Like, I'm not even saying it can mean this in English. I'm just saying it can only mean this, and it would just be the Chinese word. It's interesting. Like, you know, A 快乐. 快乐 is 快乐. It doesn't have to be happy. Very, very fun feeling. Or interesting feeling. New feeling.
细
Yeah.
扶手椅
手艺. Alright. Trade. Intriguing. Trade. You look suspiciously like something else, which I shouldn't get you confused. What am I thinking of? Leo? Leo. Or Leo. Leo. I think I'm thinking of Leo. Or Liu. Right, Liu. And that is with the sun, I think, underneath. Or it might be, oh no. I don't know. I'm not sure right now. So, right. So it could be either this or this or this or this. Oh no. Although I'm pretty sure it's... I don't know anymore. Well, when I see it, I'll see it. We'll negotiate that in the future. When they stand alone, it's kind of... You gotta pay attention to... You have to be cognizant of those small changes. But when it's in a sentence or a paragraph, then you have a lot of other things to work with. Meow. Mario is in the bathroom of the barn, where he is making a trade barn with a shellfish. Okay. Like a, like a moving shellfish, because it's Mario. We're thinking about the Mario world, right? It could end up being Yoshi too, though. Which is sitting next to one of the piles of manure in the smelly bathroom. Okay. Mario takes out a giant iron. Where the heck is the iron? Is this an iron? I see it. From his hat, it makes a trade for a sharp sword. Imagine Mario using a sword. I don't think I've... Oh, well... You can kind of make an argument that in melee he could pick up a sword. Or a bat or something. But imagine Mario with a sharp sword that the shellfish hands him in exchange. Okay. But why at a barn? And why an iron? Oh, they're so not good enough. This almost sounds like something from Link. Like, this almost sounds like a Zelda thing. Like Legends of Zelda thing. Alright, we'll see how it holds up. Mao Yi. Trade easy? Huh. Okay, foreign trade is fine. Why? Why Mao? Okay. Actually, does this have an alternative? Nope. Okay.
茂 朗
Long. Bright. Well, there is moon. Although we're gonna have to contend with copper here. So Legolas. Okay, how are we different? I remember I needed something to differentiate Link with. And so think of this as Liang, or Liang, which could also sound like bright or something dealing with light. But this is Lang. Although I do have to admit, copper is typically associated with Legolas than it is with Link. Yeah, this is definitely a Lang. More of a instead of a Liang or Liang. No, excuse me. I'm a wee bit tired. Still from yesterday. Legolas is in the bathroom of the chapel. So I can tie this with Lang. Lang as in wave. Lang. Which is quite dark. He reaches into his pocket and takes out a shiny elvish moon. Okay. Made of elvish copper that shines quite bright. Okay. He attaches it to the ceiling, making the entire basement bright with a copper glow. The priest thanks him for making the basement bright and thus impervious to demons. Alright. I feel... Okay. It could still be confused with Link. Hai Lang. Open bright. Open bright. Or start bright. Open bright. Cheerful. Openly bright. Cheerful. Lang Gu. Bright read. Oh, interesting. Bright read to read out loud. Where we at? I think there was another thing for reading out loud. Using a du shuo, maybe? Something like that. Du shuo. Read say. To read out loud or something. Oh. Ilang. Yeah, Ilang. Iran. Or Iran. Iran. Ilang. Iran. Okay. Okay.
Lang. B.
E. Oh, hey, we finally got nose. The other nose. Yeah, not shoal. B. Bigfoot is in front and Bigfoot is inside the living room of the house where he sees a pedestal. Okay, sure. With nothing on it. He takes out a nose from his pocket that he found earlier in a rice field and places it on top of the pedestal. Oh, I see. Then he gets a marker and writes on the base of the pedestal, rice field nose. Honestly, I think that's very Bigfooty. Maybe like a rice field human nose. Okay. Pizza, yeah, pizza. Oh. Kong. Nostril. Sorry, I'm thinking of the Japanese nostril. That's more like what Nakano hana? Nakano hana? No, ano no hana, right? Nose holes. Snot. It was, what was it? Something like hanazoku or something. BT. No T. Nose pad? Like putting on your face pad or BN. Got nothing reference for me. To pick one's nose. I guess the pick. Oh, that's not the same pick. Okay. Got a different pick. Kobitsu. Interesting. Region plus fingers. It kind of speaks for itself. Oh.
B. 辅
Fu to supplement, yeah. Or support. Oh, there's no supporting. Fu reminds me of also to support something, which is to supplement, but maybe not in the same way. Frankenstein, and it is also fu. Fu, like the new, like fu to support by the hand is also a fu. Okay, Frankenstein. Okay, so how does this relate to the other one? The other one was rotten meats, right? Rotten meats didn't have a trellis in it. Or did it? No. Frankenstein is in the basement of the house where he is working on fixing up his vintage car. Okay, that is stored down there. He is supplementing each of the headrests in the car with a trellis, making them extra sturdy. He also thinks the trellises supplement the aesthetic of the interior as well. That's interesting. I guess that's fine. I don't know how this is distinctively Frankenstein though. Vintage, you know, like old, I guess. A fixer-upper kind of gives you Frankenstein. Frankenstein feeling. Fuchu? No. Fuhu, okay. Fuju. Yeah, makes sense. Help and supplement to assist. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Fuju. It reminds me of to assist or to support or aid.
辅
Supplement.
滚
Gwen. Gwen to roll. Do I have a roll yet? No, I don't have a roll. Koro? Koro is the closest. Does this remind me of Koro? No, it doesn't. Wait, what was Hui being used? Did we not use Hui for a roll just for return? Interesting. Like to revolve. No, this doesn't look like Den either. Den for... I'm trying to think of all the Koros. No. I can't think of something related here. Goofy is in the basement. Oh boy. Goofy is in the basement of the infirmary, where he is being locked away as he is going insane. Or misunderstood. He is being misunderstood. He wears a dress and has a pair of where are the fins? Okay, I guess those are fins. Fins instead of legs. Fins sticking out of his mouth. Okay. He rolls around on the basement floor as nurses watch over him, sometimes spraying him with water in hopes of making him chill out. He won't stop rolling around and around. Where the heck did the lid go? Oh, I see. I forgot they do this. They break up dress. It's like in the dress. So, oh, that's kind of interesting. So he's rolling around in a dress. With fins in his mouth. Kind of like a doggo. Okay. I got a mental image. We're good. Do we have enough? Nope. Dong is motion. Dong. Rock music. Oh, rock and roll. Wait. No, not rock and roll. Or maybe rock and roll. Yao? Yao has... No. Shake? Oh, that makes sense. Rock. Shaking. Yes. Yao Gun. Yao Gun Ye. Rock, shake, roll, or rock, roll music. Rock and roll music. Nice. Very nice. Scalding? What the... I'm actually not quite clear on what scalding is. Oh, scalding. Oh, so that's how you spell scalding for very hot or burning. I thought it was scolding. Or no, it is scalding. Scolding, but I thought it was spelled scolding. Not scolding. I don't think this is a French thing though. This is one of the examples that are not French. This is most definitely something like Latin. Oh no, there's some French inspiration on it. Yeah, there's some French inspiration. Huh. Scolding. I'm not sure if I've ever said scolding or ever spelled scolding. An A. Huh. The more you know.
滚
Okay. Wait, what did the word mean? I've lost the word. Was he being weird? He was locked up. Oh, he was rolling around. Ugh. That's a weak one for tomorrow. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
帽 鼻
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
朗
Mm-hmm.
滚
Mm-hmm.
斧
Yeah, this one's gonna be a problem. Okay. Okie dokie. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Get in. Lock in. Or attempt to.
移
Pass on is good. Or leave behind is fine, but pass on is fine too. Bequeath. Oh boy. Oh no. Just kidding.
马尾
那个女孩的马尾很长。
疑问
如果你有任何疑问，请告诉我。
煮
Excuse me.
折断
她不小心折断了筷子。
无所谓
我对她说的话都无所谓。
It's casual. To be indifferent. Or you could try to say casual. 无所谓. You know, I'm indifferent. Sure.
树叶，
树叶变成了黄色。
粪，团聚，
我期待着新年的团聚。
毕竟，
他毕竟是我的孩子。
The heck was B? Complete. Yep.
是，怀念，
他怀念过去的生活方式。
Ugh. That didn't work.
刷，团圆，
我期待着我们的团圆饭。
Oh. Double reunions.
“登机”，
我讨厌登机。
登机 What? Oh. Whoops. That's you. Huh.
俗，
You practice this one?
减肥，
医生要他减肥。
Just the GN part.
多余，
这份文件有一些多余的资讯。
镜子，
这是一面大镜子。
猪，增，
That was the wrong tone.
吃惊，
突然传来的响声把我吃惊了。
What? Huh. Oops. Wrong tone. YOLO? Dang it.
聚会，
我们明天有聚会。
宝石、
他收藏了很多宝石。
Gemstone, I guess. Gemstone. 吃金 like what? To be startled? I mean, that's fine. I think frightened is fine too. It's good enough for what I'm trying to, what I imagine in my head. A sudden fright. To be startled. Why am I having a hard time with who the person is? Nope.
雨伞、
雨伞可以防止我们淋湿。
Oops.
是雨、缩、静、
Practice that. Jobu. Jobu. Oh no. Okay, let's think about this. The chariot and the finger, right? Oh wait. I think we're fine with
挥舞、
他左右挥舞着国旗。
挥舞 wave? Okay. Oh, that's just to board a plane. What? Author?
作者、
Okay.
龟、
Ah!
显眼、
这块补丁太显眼了。
Conspicuous. So I think conspicuous is gonna be to weak.
流泪、
他一想到他就流泪了。
流泪 What the 流泪
森、
What? Oh, they want forests instead of woods? Okay. Oh, 流泪 Silent floating? No. floating kind, like a drift? Like a drifter? Oh no, oh no, oh no, that's tears. Oh no, okay. We're fine. It's a
历史
one-off.
历史是研究过去的学问。
It's fine. It's a one of those occasional hiccups.
尺子
我家里有一把尺子。
大丈夫です。没问题，没问题。
夫妻
他们夫妻俩又吵了。
Yes, to flow tears, to cry. I can't compute shed tears to cry to. That's close enough. I cannot compute English. Send help. Okay.
挑选
他挑选了一件红色衬衫。
Okay. What would this be? James Bond? Why am I drawing a blank on? I know what this is, but oh, I did. Did I not type B? Did I type B? I probably typed B. That's a typo. And I had to think about something else because I thought the first one was.
丈夫
她的丈夫想离婚。
I could have sworn it's that. Maybe it's what?
避免
我们应该避免浪费食物。
照片
我们再拍一张照片。
What the I gotta think about that. I think something I think it's wrong is
松树
not I think
松鼠喜欢爬松树。
灯椅
practice this too.
丢失
我丢失了我的钱包。
时
Whoa! Wait.
哪怕
哪怕下雨也要去。
What the heck is just an escalator?
急
Or raise? Or ascend?
母亲
他对母亲很尊敬。
大叔
那位大叔正在公园散步。
Is it like raise to a level to reach? Yeah, to raise. To get to... I think raise is fine. Not quite the same, but I was thinking of like getting like raising your hand to get to a point, to reach a point. Happening here.
“大概
下午5点。
手
What? Oh, is that supposed to be Ra or Pa? Huh. That's right. Huh.
抓住
一把抓住他的袖子。
Oh. Ooh, oh, I missed the I. The heck?
Zan
I thought we covered this yesterday. Not.
北极
圣诞老人住在北极。
Okay.
订单
接到订单后30分钟后会送达。
丑 大麻
大麻在许多地方是非法的。
静
Ah! Wrong tone.
将
What? Hold up. Dang it! I typed 1 instead of I typed 4. It's okay. It's fine. We're fine.
左派，
这个组织被认为左派的。
Fine.
火柴，
不要玩火柴。
中学，
我不喜欢中学。
脆弱，
这棵树苗很脆弱。
不太，
这个问题不太难。
Okay.
木柴，
我们需要一些木柴来煮食物。
扶持，
政府应该扶持小型企业。
粗，
Hmm.
猪，
Ah! Oh.
郊区，清脆，
这些苹果很清脆。
Hmm. Okay. What? Oh, okay. Oops, wrong tone.
蛋糕，
That was embarrassing. I don't want to talk about it.
拼图，
我喜欢玩拼图游戏。
心态，
心态良好。
糕点，
他每天下午都喜欢吃糕点。
吓一跳，
这个消息让大家都吓一跳。
It's to get scared, to get startled, but it's also to be frightened. Again, same difference. When I think about someone getting frightened, they are suddenly frightened, get startled.
勇，慢，
What? Ah! I don't want to talk about it.
郊外，
郊外的景色很美丽。
猪，偶，欣赏，
他欣赏这幅画。
Oh no, I'm drawing a blank. Oh. Son of a bee sting.
咬牙，
我们要咬牙向前。
Son of a bee sting. I went with my gut that time. Didn't work.
母鸡，
那只母鸡下了100多个蛋。
怨言，软实力，
美国的软实力是无法衡量的。
魔，
What? Oh, that's Craig. I didn't even read that. Oh boy.
关，下，
Heck.
土堆，
他们在公园里看到一个巨大的土堆。
姓名，
我记下了他的姓名。
I guess full name. Fine. Hmm. What in the world? Oh, that's pie. Pie.
低估，
不要低估学习中文的乐趣。
光滑，
这地板很光滑。
What incarnation? YOLO? Okay. I have no idea. Oh.
管，滑梯，
公园里有一座高大的滑梯。
怨气，
他的话充满了怨气。
西
What? Dang it. That's a typo.
品牌
这是一个知名的品牌。
镇
Or headstone, that's fine.
估计
我估计他会放弃。
I almost typed bath there.
弯曲
这条河很弯曲。
荣幸
能帮助你是我的荣幸。
享受
我享受我的生活。
软件
这款软件很容易使用。
Dang it. That's G.
“观众
观众近5万人。
Oh, what are you? I think it's I really thought it was like一并
一并
okay.
工资与奖金一并发放。
Kind of like this along with together or combine. Oh yeah, combined. We're just gonna give combined. Fine. Ah, I'm screwing up. Screwing up. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing.
素 敏 忍不住
我太累了，忍不住打哈欠。
It's a... Oh, what?
电子版
这是文章的电子版。
Okay. Heck, I lost it. I lost it. Dang it. Yellow? Okay. Gone.
棉
Oh, that's... Yeah. What?
令
What? No. I'm gonna say. No, that wasn't. I knew that wasn't. Oh.
顿，家乡，
他离开了他的家乡。
寸，
It's still a measure, but I'm guessing it's an inch too. I think we're gonna use measure. It is inch, but we'll use measure. As well. Oops, that's full. What are you? A stalk, but that's just a stalk? Something dealing with a line? Or no?这条路，是一个美丽的 background scenery. I don't know. Okay, Xiang is correct. Oh, it's a curve. Whoops, that's a curve. Dang it. No, that's fine. Chi, right, Chi. I should known that because I already put Chi in Wang Chi. I don't why I do this.
反，
Why? What is this? Just being a pep right now with that.
国外，
我目前住在国外。
Or outside the country. What's happening? Oh, I'm misreading the left side. I'm reading the left side. I was so triggered by Bing that I stuck on Bing. That's not it.
会，请示，
这件是我们的寝室。
Invite to show, demonstrate. That's the closest thing I thinking.
堆积，
他的书桌上堆积了很多文件。
丰富，
他们的文化很丰富。
Or satisfying or valuable. I guess valuable probably better. Didn't think that through.
交，曲线， 土，年轻，
他年轻的时候，
Or abroad, yeah, that's fine. Or introduction. Introduce is good. Ask for instructions, yeah. Introduce is fine too. Like to introduce to something. Ask for instructions, fine. Ask for instructions. I get demonstration. To demonstrate is also something that deals with instruction. When you're asking. And then I screwed up on because that's left, so it's actually not that. Pinging.
拼音，
汉字英雄帮助你记住每个字的
I'm
拼
like,
音。
what the heck is a Bing Ying? A Bing Ying? I didn't know for a really long time. This is to invite to show, or to ask for instructions, or a demonstration, or something like that. And then maybe like valuable is good. Or rich. Plentiful riches. Wealthy. Like rich, wealthy, valuable, useful, worthwhile. That's more than just rich. In that way. Highly valuable. And then oh,
把
or pull out. Okay, I think we're fine. All the stuff's pretty good. Negotiable, very negotiable today. After listening to the same set of tracks for so long now, I definitely know which ones are the highlights, and that was one of the ones. Lilac Sky is definitely one of the highlights. I need to find some time to trim down the track list and then experiment with more tracks. There are definitely ones that I don't even notice, but there are ones that legitimately take me into a different mood. Okay. B. Gwen. Wei. T. Mao. Ooh. Oh, I just realized I started doing the WaniKani thing. 相仿 煤矿 漏洞。遵守，遵守。应选。美气。相动。相动。扶手。扶手仪。扶手仪。No， 扶手仪。手仪。OK。竞争。杠角。Oh no. Yes. No. Just kidding. Wait. Oh yeah. 养生。养生。镭射。wait, yeah. No, 镭射。镭射。脚。脚掌。脚掌。脚掌。OK。仿冒。仿冒品。Okay, we have Bigfoot coming back into the living room of his house after, and he set aside a pedestal. Like he had a pedestal where he retrieved a nose, a human nose, from a nearby rice paddy. Right. Hopefully that person didn't eat their nose. And then we have Legolas. Legolas is in the basement. Followed the priest to the basement. Solve a lighting issue. He pulled out a glowing moon-shaped object, a moon-shaped object that's made of copper that glowed with moonlight, right, to brighten up the place. And the priest thanked them. An elvish moon-shaped device, I suppose. And we have Goofy, who's in the basement, locked up in the infirmary for being weird. And he's weirdly dressed in a dress, right? In a dress with like fins in his mouth, and he's like rolling around. And the infirmary is trying to condition him by spraying him. Try to get him to behave normally, I suppose. Then we have Goofy once again. This time he made his way to the basement of a beach house. Curious about what's down there. And while he was down there, he encountered a ghost. Right. Frightened him as well. Scared him to death. And now he is a ghost. Now we have Kirby. Kirby went up to the bathroom of his house, trying to think of if it's a good idea to wear some protection. So he has a wooden, some wooden elbow pads and a bucket for a helmet, right? A bucket for a helmet. And after looking in the mirror, it's like, nah, he abandoned the idea after all. Sticking to sucking people in and stealing their abilities. Okay, then we have Mario. Whoops. We have Mario, who sneaking into the bar, going to the bar's bathroom to cut a trade with a shellfish. They exchanged in what he picked up some iron, I suppose. Some iron and traded it for a sharp blade or sharp sword. Alright, and then we have Frankenstein in the basement of his house, working on restoring a Frankenstein of a car, right? A Frankenstein of a car by removing the seats. Wait. How does this work? By supplementing the seats with trellises as a makeshift way, I suppose. As a makeshift way to reinforce. I think we're okay. We're okay today. Pretty good. It's alright. Nothing egregious. There are a few hiccups here and there. Not too bad. Alright folks, that's wrap for HanziHero today. I'll watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. Feel free to stop on by, share your progress, talk about your stuff, you know, and come with some thoughts, some highlights, as always, like a little bit of digression in the middle there with counterfeit and whatnot, and then led to maybe somewhat of a conversation, or actually that was the previous thing, but the counterfeit thing, yeah, often something that's close to my heart. There's a very distinctive line nowadays online between someone who is narrow-minded, not that it's bad or good, or people can be perfectly happy living in a world that is not inclusive, right? At the same time, I usually don't think of it that way, so it's very difficult to go back and pretend like other perspectives don't matter and how bigger picture, you know, it's kind of hard to divorce yourself from once you've become informed and understand. It's hard to compartmentalize that, or at least in my opinion, or I don't find it very attractive to compartmentalize. And that was like largely my comment about counterfeit goods or imitation, the idea of imitation, right, being cheap and secondary. I think it is different. There's a really noticeable difference between someone who understands the value of the things they're comparing and appreciating the things they're comparing versus someone who makes a comment out of the ignorance of one-sided arguments. So when someone's making a comparison, when you only state the things you know in favor of the things you care about, and only state the things you don't know or absent in the things you don't care about, that to me is what is a telltale sign of someone who is narrow-minded and inexperienced and overreaching their knowledge. It is presented very differently from someone who has an appreciation for the things they're comparing. It's rarely that black and white, right? And for those who experience a lot of times pursuing knowledge and critical thinking skills. They often talk and speak in a way that accommodates the idea that they're admittant and agreeable, that they understand, while they continue to learn more things about subject matters that they're comparing. They also have that impotence of that constant familiarity of understanding that there's a lot that they don't know. So making commentary when we'll talk about it as though it's so simple, or creating wild leaps of logics and constant confirmation bias while negating and chastising or trivializing and generalizing things. It gives an impression of cursory knowledge, right? It's not to say that that person may not have detailed knowledge, but the way they present it would indicate that they're not interested in engaging in detailed discussions, which I tend to stray away from. I tend to observe these things and then every once in a while, engage in it, but those things are not scalable to such commentary. The internet is a world of TLDRs. Ain't got time to read, right? Or ain't got time to talk. But you're more than welcome to stop on by. I would love to chat, talk about things, maybe in a little bit more detail than your average thing. That's what I'm here for. Anyways, until then, if you're only interested in HanziHero and Chinese, or traditional Chinese in this matter, 大家下次见. 感谢观看. Thank you for, see you next time, and thank you for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, and we're gonna do one last thing, right? We're gonna do a little update on PSO2 NGS. I'll be back in a few. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back. It has been a while. I think the last time I was on PSO2 NGS was back in June. So, what is it now? August? So, 3 months? That's usually the time. So, every 3 months, there's like a little bit of a mini episode, right? They're still doing their mini episodes, which is to follow up on the last big boss, the dragon thing. It's very difficult for me to remember the names of the guys, but it was one of the urgent quests, and that boss actually got remixed in this recent update as an urgent quest. I don't know if we're gonna hit the urgent quest, just to show you. The boss no longer has that phase where you're like pew-pewing on your weapons, on your arcs system stuff. So that's besides the point. Anyways, there's a new mini episode. It's 7.4, so we're getting used to these mini episodes. Chapter 7 has largely been mini episodes. I'm still waiting for that chapter 8, right? I like to think that they still got one big hurrah for a big arc. Chapter 8, hopefully it's that. Usually these parts have 5 parts to them. So there's probably going to be a 7.5. I've been labeling them like by point ones. So point 1 and 2 was from the aftermath of chapter 6, which was like the big arc, the end of the big arc. Then chapter 3 introduced that the big thing that Zephedo and stuff was trying to prevent from coming, and they did. And then now last chapter was to catch up with Aina and all of them. And then now this time it looks like the mini episode deals with like Crawford and what's the commander's name? I'll get their name straight at when we go in. But this was last week's update. I was away and then I was just coming back from an anime convention, so here we are. Then we had to do something else related to a Japanese language learning app. During this update, one of the overhauls or one of the rebalances was the Waker class. So we're just going to use the Waker class in this case. They added a I forgot what the thing is called. Mellow thing. It's an extra crest that goes around you that auto fires, and it's triggered when you use your weapon action, right? So we're just going to use the Waker class. There was some rebalancing for, I think, the gunner and the fighter. I forgot which weapons though. I feel like it was dagger, not dagger, lance. No. It was dagger. Dagger and fist for the fighter, and I don't actually remember what if there was a hunter, the gunner thing. I think gunner was just pretty sure it was just pistols. The dual pistols, possibly. One thing I did notice, which I'll go in to talk about, is usually these updates come with visuals, right? They would update the visuals, but I think the Waker class is so new, relatively speaking, that it's new, that I didn't notice that they said anything like, oh, new particle effects. Usually the particle effects, the old particle effects, where it was largely very blue saturated, so it's just blue and white, right? And then the new ones, when they went back to do the hunter, so the hunter is done, updated. The fighter stuff is largely updated now. You have your gunner was updated as well. Ranger done. The technique, so force, I don't know. Tech was done. Yeah, tech was done. So almost all of them are getting TLCs, and now we're finally up to the Waker. I think it's getting to a point where once all these things are updated, I wonder what they're going to introduce. Maybe a new subsystem for combat. As a really quick background, I every 3 or so months, whenever they release a mini episode, I will record the mini episode, largely because it's kind of a way to show something that I play on a regular basis. I spend like 20 to 30 minutes each day playing because I enjoy the labor of love that is PSO2's game, the combat and whatnot. So every time they update a class or something, I would switch to that class. So I keep all my classes up to date and the weapons. It'll be interesting when they finally decide, okay, let's drop, well, I don't know, PSO2 version 3.0, right? Version 3.0, version 2.0 has been a while now. That's when they introduced creative spaces. And that is also when they concluded, it was right after they concluded a large chapter 1 through 6 situation. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing if SEGA decides, let's do one more, right? Let's do PSO2 NGS 3.0 and start a new arc that spans multiple chapters. I'm still looking for that simulation crossover thing that they do, you know, like suddenly throw yourself, despite this being science fiction, it can be thrown into like fantasy and whatnot, like they did in the old PSO, like the PSO2 base, right, where they would go and have fun in like high school or like a makeshift version of a future Earth, that kind of thing, or a planet that looks Earth-like. There are some allusions to it because they did like the cityscape stuff, like the nameless cities and whatnot. But I'm looking forward to if they pull one more. This is one of the live service games I play for something that's like active, but not finite, right? I like to keep a balance of forever games. NGS is one of my like third-person action games that I enjoy playing. And then we have like the less action-oriented stuff, like Hearthstone. And then tomorrow I'll be doing P5X because there's a P5X update. So that's your turn-based stuff, right? And then from time to time, we'll pick up like a major game here and there. So yeah, let's get right into it and see how chill the dialogue is. Usually these mini episodes are like, yeah, life goes on, things still go on. Stay tuned. They're fairly short. So we'll be doing the new event. There's a wait. We can actually jump right into the urgent quest actually, if it's right here. This is a pure coincidence. Is this the same one? Let's find out. Yeah, we can jump right into an urgent quest right away. I don't know if this is the new one. And there's a new seasonal event thing, so we'll play that. And I'm terrible with Waker, so it'll be fun. It'll be fun sitting there just learning how to dodge first. Again. Every like patch balance, I switch to the weapon that they swap up. At least one of them. Oh yeah, this is it. So this is the last week's update to the dragon boss, right? I don't know how I feel about using Waker for this. We'll see. Yeah, Vial, right? I guess I'm just gonna spend most of my time guarding and then farming the... Yeah, like, he attacks way too frequent. Yeah, he attacks way too frequent to do... Oh, you don't even get iframes for casting a... Man, you don't even get iframes for casting the weapon action. How is that not making contact? So I guess you can use your skill when you had 3 is up, like when you're... I can't pick up stuff. Oh, okay. Well, thanks to my party member. How did that hit me even when I successfully heard the cue, man? Yeah, there's the new seal, the yellow thing, and it just shoots auto fires. It does okay damage, I say. Yeah, I guess it's just stuck guarding the whole time. And farming for charge.
The energy reading spiking. Something's coming.
Oh, I'm gonna die. This is death. Ah! Okay, that's fine. Oh, you do get armor when you're charging up that, so that's kind of okay. Oh, that was poor timing. Yeah, man, Waker class is definitely not for this. I don't remember that. That's early. You just keep hearing the the cue for dodging something and I'm still taking damage. That's constantly early. Why? Oh, you have some iframes on those.
Proceed with caution.
Okay, this is where I am gonna switch up. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. I missed that window. Farm the little objects. Oh, that was a little early. Oh, I missed. Oh. How did I miss on that one? Oh, that does not block that, of course. Thank you.
It's the same powerful energy reading. Stop the attack.
Nah, man. That's rough. That's very rough on Waker. Ugh. Too rough.
Enemy defeated. Mission accomplished. Please return to base.
Oh, that's the guy. Oh, hey. I picked up a unit. No fixer though. Alright. Is that good enough? Yeah, we're 3 minutes from the end of the urgent questing. You can do it twice here. Yeah, that's the guy. So it's less dynamic than before. He's just very aggressive. Very aggressive. They're just stuck farming your counterattacks instead. At least that's how I would go about it here. I'm not too well versed in what allows you leeway. You can brute force as well, like with one of your attacks. A lot of Waker things have armor, but you're still taking damage. Let's do this again. Right, I think it's a new week, so pick up alliance stuff. Worry about race later. All right, so let's go in and visit our gang, shall we? I don't think the volume's loud, but we'll see. Oh wait, we can. I need.
Let's do this again. Okay. Good to see ya.
I'm not sure if that's loud enough. Let's Okay. Let's go and see how our buddies are doing. How they're coping. They're always coping. Crawford and Co. Constantly coping.
Attention Ark's defenders. We are beginning a counter-offensive against the powerful enemies in the Stia region. We request the participation of all Ark's defenders.
Oh, and the Stia region, guys, yes. What's his name? Glenn. Mr. Glenn.
Mission accomplished. Thank you for your contribution.
Oh, you're here.
Yes. Am I interrupting working?
Yes, you could say that. We were just talking about our current capabilities in Stia.
There have been no big changes to our Stia force numbers for a while. But now, with so many coming in from other regions, we need to review our situation.
Most of them are coming from Alio. We can thank Dozer and Aina for that. With their new trainees,
That's right, his name is
finally running
Dozer.
more than a skeleton crew. It's a far cry from back when we were barely scraping by.
It's only a handful, but we also have some troops joining us from Ratem.
It's from Ratem, huh?
Most of them are here to learn our tactics and our combat skills.
A lot of things are changing around here. People and material are moving around like never before.
You don't see the visible change, though. It would be kind of interesting if they go around and start changing the area. So, like, proliferate the area with different region people. So, like, if you go around and look at these areas, they haven't really changed from the major chapters. Not noticeably, so.
Things like regional allegiance may become a thing of the past.
Yeah, so there's no, like, evidence of that.
We were just talking about Stia at first, but it might be time to start looking at the bigger picture. Troops were moving around without regard for borders, even during our fight with the Starless.
This guy does this, the voice actor for Glenn, does this thing that he does, like, like, troops were moving around without regard for borders, even during our fight with the Starless. Like, it is like this airy quality. It's kind of, it's a thing. I think sometimes voice actors, especially male voice actors in video games, do the little like thing quite often.
Although there were a few tactical issues.
There it is, the issues.
I thought the regions coordinated very well.
It's very well.
We are currently reviewing how we organize our forces based on that experience.
Yeah, and she's doing like soft downtone, so she's not breathing out after every line.
On that note, this means I've been traveling out of Stia more often. It also means more desk work, and less time out in the field with a weapon. Can't say I'm a fan of admin work.
May I remind you? It's highly unusual for a unit commander to always lead from the front. It would help if you could back me up on this.
Fighting is what art defenders do. Admin work is part of a leader's job.
That's right.
No, that's pretty good. Ugh.
Anyway, it's a lot better now than back when we were barely hanging on.
Yeah, this guy sounds like he's constantly sighing, which I guess that's the archetype that Glenn is trying to go for, right? The character.
We need to keep up the momentum. No, we need to increase it even. Which is why we still need your help. I'd like to pick your brain about some things. And you can pick mine too if you want.
I'm okay.
We're all counting on you.
Say no more. Talk to Faria. Or Feria. Feria has been acting a bit strange lately. I thought she would be in the lab again today, but it looks like she's gone out somewhere. I think Feria is that clone, right? If you happen to see her, do you mind lending her near? I'm sure you're able to offer. It's interesting. Now they don't even have like standing alone cutscenes for it's just speech bubbles. Perfectly fine. Can I... Is it this one?
Thank you.
I think it's that one. Okay. Where are we heading? Okay, we're back in Central City. I'm like, I don't know. Obviously, this is gonna be incongruous with things, but I've been spending a lot of time language learning, and most of the time now, I spend a lot of time listening to people, like talk and act. So I kind of have this habit, a new routine where I'm really trying to listen to pitch, like breathing style, like pitch, and volume, like pacing and stuff. And it's really getting me into also fixating on focusing on different aspects of archetypes of characters and their speech patterns. So Glenn is definitely the one, like, I guess I have to do this. It's such a drag. Like, man, if only I could just be out in the fight and do something about it, and you know, be in my element. That kind of thing. And then, you know, the lady was like, well, if you know, this is also your duty, right? That kind of thing. And then you have like other archetypes, but you just kind of want to kind of start paying attention to those things when you're learning another language as well. All right, let's go see what Faria is doing. Just chilling, standing there.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, and then she's the monotonous clone thing. Oh, hello. I see. This is the, according to my calculations, you know, that kind of thing. Oh, and it's still not cutscene. Okay. What brings you here?
Oh, I'm just out for a little walk. Vilma's always saying that alone time is important. Come to think of it, I don't think we've ever spoken to each other alone.
Okay, she's a lot more emotional than than like the, you know, the Rei Ayanami situation where there's like no emotions.
Do you have some time to talk right now? Until recently, we simply acted according to Zephedo's instructions. As a member of Resurgent Arcs, this reminds me of the day Manon went AWOL from her mission and came to Lucille. I did my best to think of a way to get Manon on track that wouldn't affect the experiment.
And one thing I do have to note, I think reading this type of dialogue, that it sounds above average in my opinion, because I play quite a lot of indie games, and a lot of times most of the reading is kind of serviceable, right? It's the difference between like, okay, your game, like this game, maybe not a lot of people skip these things, you know that, but the people who do them still put the time into it. It's kind of like whenever Neverwinter gets a new module, Neverwinter Online, I still listen to the voice acting and as I read it, because I'm picking up these things about you can really tell the difference between someone who is still just reading because it's their job and they're doing it to make it serviceable, but there is a very big gap between people who are reading it because, well, it's a day job, versus people who still, I mean, it can be one and the same, but there are people who still continue to execute and take maybe pride in the way they speak. And I think the whoever the stock English speakers that are for like games that are put out by Sega, especially live service games, they still do a wonderful job. P5X is an example too, as well, because it's still tangentially related to Sega, but Atlas, right? And how they recruit. Technically, P5X is Blackwing Studios, and it's more hold up by Perfect World, but the talent search for them, you still get that very solid consistency between English, like the baseline English, because I mean I've experienced quite a bit when you can tell the person is simply reading the lines from without like some element of emotions going up and down and pacing. Like even the dot dot dots, it could have just been, I did my best I did my best to think of a way to get Manon on track that wouldn't affect the experiments. That wasn't the way that was delivered, but they could have delivered it that way. Didn't. So I still these finer things are still very appreciated.
But I realized that I couldn't do anything about it on my own. So I asked you three for help.
Yeah, what is that? There's that one stereotype that happens. Like, how do you sound like an anime, like one of the really long-standing anime voice actors in an exaggerated way? Oh yeah, we did this for the best, you know? Like that kind of thing when it comes to like the English counterparts, and it comes off as a little jarring. Obviously, it's been heavily stigmatized. I don't think that's like the standard norm, but you can't pop culture has like normalized the English dub. The English dub quality as representations of that, like misrepresentations in my opinion. But most of the time I listen to both English and Japanese and Chinese nowadays, so it's nice when you have, even in smaller projects, much smaller vocal projects, that you have very consistent line delivery. And even emoting, you can kind of hear a bit of emoting.
It never even occurred to me that my action would result in what it eventually did.
Yeah, so there's pauses, right? It never even occurred to me that my actions would result in what it eventually did. Like I said it differently, because her emoting and her pause was different. You could just read it, which is what happens when you have like really low either you have low resources, or you hire someone who's incredibly readily available and just wanted to don't really believe that every role they take is very important. So there are different levels of professionalism, right? Where some people would say, well, it's not a big role, so I'm just going to do it as quickly as possible. And you can read it really quickly. It never occurred to me that my actions would result in what eventually did. That could have been the line. The line could have been delivered. But instead, these people are still trying to emote in character, right? She's kind of soft-spoken. She pauses, and it's not indicated in the lines themselves. So I still quite appreciate these things. Maybe even more so now that I've been trying to get used to learning and listening to 3 or 4 different languages at once. It helps me appreciate English again, of course.
Back then, we were all basically emotionless robots, without a single original thought among us. But the people that we met here were something entirely different from that.
This is going back to like chapter 6, when it was revealed that pretty much everyone who was like in Lucille were clones, including Manon.
Everyone here
Actually, everyone's clone.
had distinct personalities and were full of all kinds of ideas.
It's kind of hard to know who's a clone. Like your main character is also a clone, supposedly, and that's supposed to connect with like thousands of years ago.
And even when they had conflicts, they worked together to resolve them. Thoughts are complex things, and it's difficult to predict where they'll lead. While I was monitoring Manon from Lucille, I could sense that something in her was changing. I couldn't comprehend what that change represented at the time, but since I've been here, I feel like I might finally be able to understand it. There are thousands of different ways to react to a single event. Different people can have different feelings about the exact same thing. Those reactions lead to new ideas and ways of doing things, and those things to even more new things. In time, we learned that that's what life was.
There's some social commentary in there somewhere. I'm resisting.
Getting the chance to talk with you like this makes me happy as well. Emotions are truly mysterious things.
I don't know if it's clear or not. Like Lucilians are like of human nature. Like they have all the capacities of human feelings. It's not even clear what like the parts peeps are too. The peeps that the character
At
that
the
I am.
moment, I would say that the single largest influence on us is Ilma.
Ilma.
He is a very interesting person. His emotions surrounding research are very straightforward. He simply follows his interests to see where they'll lead. Sometimes his methodology is a little loose, but in that sense, I suppose he's similar to Zefeto. But aside from that, I still have a difficult time figuring him out. Sometimes he'll suddenly jump up and yell while he's eating, then head to the lab. Or he'll still be sitting there researching something when he's already late for a meeting with his brothers. But I think that unpredictability is what makes him so fascinating. I'd still like to get to know you, Manon, and Aina a little bit better too. If possible, I'm hoping I can continue to grow and someday contribute something myself, although I still have no idea what that something might end up being.
I know you'll do great things. I know you'll do
Thank
great
you
things.
for saying so, though I may prove something of a bother along the way. I hope you'll continue to support me.
Is that it? Oh, okay. Oh, that's it. Wait. Oh, no, wait. Oh, wow. I really thought at least Crawford, so it had nothing to do with Crawford. Oh, no, there's more. Oh, Hibana. No, we gotta catch up with Hibana. I don't know who Hibana is. That might be the one in Rotem? No, Hibana. It could be one of the, like, the announcer ladies. No, I think that's a Rin. Oh, Hibana might be that lady next to Glenn, right? That sounds about right. Everyone has... This location was one of the first locations that... Just imagine. Imagine having a picnic. Just imagine. Alright. This is not how one traverses through water. I think Hibana is that lady with the horns. Oh. Wait, maybe not. Crawford,
Why are you here?
why are you here? What about you? Why are you here?
We came to see Hibana.
Oh.
This is
Oh.
where she lost her life.
Oh, that Hibana. It's the one that they have a common interest in. Yeah.
The
Never
war's
saw her,
end
though.
Still isn't in sight yet. But now, with Vile gone, it felt like a good place in the story to give her a little update.
Hmm.
Do you have some time to join us?
Our immaturity caused Hibana's death. We just pushed our own positions without even trying to compromise.
Glenn is an edgelord.
I thought everything could be solved simply through brute force and aggression.
And I was overly cautious, demanding perfection before I took action.
Crawford's a nerd.
But it was Hibana who always stood right between us and mediated. She'd let us argue our cases and then give her honest opinion. And it was always something that we could both agree with.
True. Somehow, what she had to say always seemed to make sense. Hibana was the balance in our relationship. She kept things stable.
And then...
Yeah. Neil Stia came and attacked Aleo.
The way
I
back.
rallied my forces at Central City and started setting up a defensive perimeter.
Not that far back, actually.
And I took my troops to go face him head on. But he was way stronger than our intel reports had indicated to us. I quickly ordered a retreat, but my troops were driven back and scattered. Hibana and I were there, covering their retreat. I was so focused on the dolls units I was engaging that I didn't even notice Nil Stia had gone after her.
If I had stayed right next to her.
Or if I had listened to you and waited until all of our forces were deployed.
She even told me she had a bad feeling about the whole thing.
You know what this kind of reminds me? It's a little bit, but these games nowadays is a little bit more brighter, and there's like lighting and global illumination stuff. But I still remember playing Grandia 2, and then people standing around and they're talking. And oftentimes games of old are a lot more dimmer and grimmer looking. You know, I'm not talking about like being dark, because there are games that are very dark, but they're still like very vibrant and lively. But when people are standing around in like live service games, it kind of reminds me of the old, much older JRPG, like other JRPG days, where yeah, it reminds me like that they're talking about very heavy topics, but it's very tough. You gotta use your imagination to how that is emoted. Of course, this is coming from this year's Clair Obscur, right? Playing Clair Obscur, so interesting. I just thought of Grandia 2 all of a sudden.
You know how this story ends. We both clung to our own ideas and went our separate ways. We kept up our work in Aleo and Stia, respectively. And that's how things were, until the three of you showed up.
You helped shake things up for us, so we could finally change. It was also a great chance to restore relationships with the regions we had lost contact with. And now we've all come together as one to fight our common enemy.
Whatever
So
that
many
is at the
things
moment.
have changed since those days. We came here today to tell Hibana about all that's taken place.
I still think there's room for the PSO2 team to go with a more of a like a comic book, but manga, like a manga graphic novel presentation, as opposed to using these standing models situation to tell like backstories and whatnot.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, didn't learn very much more about her other than she seemed like a nice person. Somewhere in the back of my head, I almost feel like there was a time where Hibana would be like some sort of clone, and then Crawford and Glenn would have to contest with the idea that she's now here, but she's a clone. I think one of the really common elements that happen in PSO2 in general is people are clones of people of clones, and like all your main characters, they have clones of clones because future. Okay. Do we have more, or is that it? Oh, that's it. Okay. Well, there you go. Catching up with folks. Obviously this is definitely a far cry from, at least in my, at the moment, I think P5X, right? Phantom, Persona 5 Phantom X, when they start writing stuff, their stuff is kind of like this too in a sense, but it's far more frequent at the moment because it's in its it has accelerated timeline. I'm still looking forward to when, if they decide to really introduce another arc again, before maybe like their next big thing. I think SEGA has been overall, like, despite your niche doomsaying and stuff, SEGA Atlas together have been doing really well over the years. So that would, in the recent years, and that would spark possibilities for long-standing IPs that they have to have some sort of either a tie-in or another mainline game, and Phantasy Star Online is definitely one of them, right? I don't know about Atlas. I'm kind of curious what Atlas is gonna do outside of P Stagio, right? P Stagio's works, and I guess now we have Zero, or Stagio Zero, right? The Studio Zero that is doing Metaphor. Don't know what the PSO2 team is doing. I honestly don't think that many Japanese developers and publishers sit there maintaining a game at like very consistent frequency. So PSO2 NGS is just like business as usual without having a reason for it to be business as usual. I think at some point there is going to be a PSO2 related title that is outside of this, outside of the live service tie-in, right? I think that's how the business models and development cycles are going for a lot of development groups and big publishers or bigger publishers. They establish a kind of a maintenance role for their live service games, whatever it is, right? That's what Japan is largely focusing on at the moment in the publishers like Sony and etc. where that establishes a platform, because that's the most behaviorally consistent thing now to have. You have a somewhat like a forever game with a tie-in of either live service or something that funds it, Patreon, etc. In this case, publishers would not rely on crowdfunding. They would do something like a live service model with microtransactions or gacha or something. And they established that despite overwhelming odds, like maybe even disfavorable things, they go through the ropes of trying to get it established. And then that becomes the element for being a platform. And that platform then allows them to work on main titles or standalone projects that tie into that live service, that taps into the familiarity and branding of the titles. So it would be really fun. Again, I've played some Phantasy Star Online games, but they were way before this Phantasy Star Online. Like this type of online. I played like the ones where it was kind of hard to tell if they were going for fantasy or sci-fi. Like I played Phantasy Star 1 and 2. It did, I think they weren't even referred to as online. Let me see. Pretty sure it's like Phantasy Star, or like, yeah, I played Phantasy Star 1 and 2. The SEGA, right? The SEGA titles, Phantasy Star 1 and 2. Before they had the online, going on to the online series, which is this current one. And I have no experience with this like metaverse, this universe, Phantasy Star Online universe. So it would be fun to play a game that may be able to introduce it. I don't think they were ever really that popular outside of Japan in general. But it's certainly one of the franchises or one of the IPs that continue to move along, right? Or exist. And if what you call it, preservation, the Japanese preservation, right? Video game preservation is anything to go on, especially Sega. I would not be surprised in the next 2 or 3 years to see a Phantasy Star Online title tie-in. And then we'll talk about it. Right now, my stint into Persona 5 the Phantom Exodus, because I'm going to do a legacy thing for Persona games. As well as, I'm keeping up with Like a Dragon, but honestly, I'm surprised that Like a Dragon does not have a lukewarm received live service platform for Like a Dragon yet. I would not be surprised it would exist, but I think RGG, the group, like with Sega, which is Sega, you know, Sega has decided to approach Like a Dragon a little bit different by doing like, yeah, it's just approaching keeping Like a Dragon relevant in a very different manner. I really appreciate that. Anyways. Alright, that's it. So let's go and see what this task is like. It's apparently supposed to be an 8-person thing. I actually didn't do this thing either. I wonder if anyone's doing it. Might as well give it a shot and see later. Yeah. But this is the new thing. It's 8 peeps, right? I guess I'm gonna try to not be a bummer when it comes to Waker. Alright, let's see what this new limited time quest is like. This is kind of like the general routine. Every 2 weeks, every week, it's like rolling. It's usually just gameplay. So every week, recycling events, tweaking events, We just do stuff in this game. Less sentimental stuff. I'm more a sentimental guy, but if you want a daily driver, you log on, you do things, right? It's kind of... Let's see. Okay. What does that... What is happening with that thing? What the heck? Right? Oh, that's auto damage. What the? It's persistent damage in that thing. That's kind of new. That's new. Neat. That's kind of dangerous. There's a butthead around. Okay. Oh, I didn't have anything targeted. That's awkward. Is it one of those annoying guys again? Get away from me.
Trial start.
I hit the wrong button.
Success.
Oh, that's kind of loud. Wait. Oh, there's more. Right, that's Erupt. Interesting. So apparently, this limited quest has random paths. That's kind of fun. So we're gonna do this a couple of times. See what we have. I do like my randomization. That's kind of like the new age thing to do. If you just want to chill and mix up things that you've done for a while. Add sort of a bit of randomization to the things. So like these paths and the different compartments whenever you're teleporting, it's probably when they choose which permutation, which path to do. Oh, I didn't target that while I do it. Awkward. That hits 180. Oh, come on. You saw that. That animation went off. Don't even at me right now. Oh, I thought I was out of range. It's still going. Oh, this is the new, yeah, this is the new boss type. Ah, looks like something from you know what this reminds me of? It definitely reminds me of a modified Zaku unit from Gundam. Oh, you know what? This reminds me of that one thing from, oh yeah, it's probably PSO2, that one speed. Oh, I forgot what it's called. I'm pretty sure it's a grunts too. Just gonna pretend like we know where all those missiles are coming from. And stay right above his spinning, right above the thing's spinning attack. And guess when they're gonna attack. I see like a red, gigantic red reticle, but oh, okay. Ow. My face. The thing. I'm surprised that thing didn't become a Beyblade yet. Now I can actually see what the heck the guy was doing at first. Okay. I see. Ow. Big beam? Big beam.
Success.
Oh, hi. And then, of course, a gigantic Rappy spawn for the event points. Or a tiny one. We happen to. And a big one. That's it for the seasonal quest. Huh. I think this goes till September 9th. Right. It was okay. It was chill. Business as usual. At this point in the in the PSO2 NGS life cycle, you're kind of just moseying along and hoping to be surprised one day, right? Start the next major arc. I would love for them to attempt to repurpose some of like the other themes, like a feudal Japan theme, but because it's in a simulation, it has like anachronisms, you know, sci-fi anachronism, like a neo feudal Japan situation. That's kind of how I feel that's a little bit absent in NGS, where all the places, the terrain changes, right? It's often the terrain, the environmental things change, but not necessarily the architecture. And they clearly have all these assets still, because in the creative space, a lot of people still recreate all those places. Let's do it a couple more times. Like, do I get anything for? Yeah, sure. Do it one more time. Nice. Oh, actually, we can try this. What is that? 420. Let's check it out. This was introduced last week. Unless there's no one doing it. So it's very possible that no one's doing it. That's why I didn't try. Because usually around this time, not the greatest of times, yeah. Considering what is offered. Let's do one more. What? Oh, is it because I'm in a beginner block? I don't know why I keep doing. Why is there a preference for that? This is the point in the session where I would go to like some random creative spaces. So we'll do a little bit of that. See if we can find a new creative space that is interesting. Maybe find one or two. One more time.
Welcome.
I think it's a fun game to play, to get like your hands moving around a little bit. Lean into, oh wait, was it always this bright? Oh, probably not paying attention. Is that a banana? That is a banana. Is there branding on it? Kind of. Oh, that is a banana. Wait, was it always this blue? Okay, this wave is the same.
New presence detected.
Oh, that was fast. This is okay. This is a different route.
Please respond to the situation. I'll send enemy info.
Yeah, they're repurposing the Dresden power plant, right? Oh. Oops. Oh, I thought I had that timing. Oh, that's actually his.
Success.
Oh, that's actually the unit's attack, not friendly. Follow the lead of the peeps. Some people know clearly what they're doing. Very different from the last group. Holy damage. This group has like at least 200 to 300% more damage than the last group. I don't see if there's any particular exposure spots anywhere. Oh, okay. So you can take out you can take out its legs. Okay. Okay. Legs and its crotch. Legs and then shoot its crotch.
Success.
Oh, you can farm that laser. Oh, a little baby guy. Holy damage.
Mission complete. You're good. Well done.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a group of 7. Either 3-4 or a group of 7. Or like 2 groups outside myself. Okay. It's pretty alright. It's okay. I think this stage had different lighting for sure. I thought it was more it was like a redder. Alright. Well, that's PSO2 in a nutshell. Every 2 weeks, there's a rotation, right? What is it like? Like you log in, you do your dailies, right? The quickest thing is to do these. They take like 5 minutes, and then weeklies complete themselves as long as you do the dailies. And then on the first day of every week, like reset week, I just do almost all the alliance tasks immediately. And then you have your arc records thing. You try doing one of these, like usually you get silver on them 1 or 2 tries. And then every 2 weeks there's gonna be new limited time quests depending on what it is. The Alter Realm exploration was just added. It's another combat zone basically, but now this is a combat zone outside, just like a Nameless City. And then Lucille exploration didn't really get too many things more since last time. And for the die-hard peeps, like all the duels, I haven't really done any of the duels too much. Yeah. Alright, let's go find like maybe 1 one interesting creative, one or two interesting creative spaces. Hang around a little bit. And wrap it up. Still holding out. Still holding out. I still think it's going to end at 7.5. And then still waiting for that 3.0 chapter 8 thing. Let's see. Let's go by name. Interesting name. I think this Bujin, it's 50% done, huh? Oh, Bujin City 1.2. Bujin is like a meme, I guess, in PSO2, really. He's like beating horse. It's a samurai thing. Let's see if we can find some. Oh, maybe not. They might actually do the Bujin thing. Jitensha and walking lights. There's traffic light, you know. Walking, bicycle as well. Cute. Very cute. Are these openable? Okay. Nothing comes by it. Okay. Okay. Subway out. Okay. What? Oh, is this like deliberately being... Oh, I feel like this is oh, there's some deliberateness here. Oh, hey, that's a cool... That's actually a pretty nice character setting. Construction work. Makes sense. Are any of these doors openable? No. Okay. Okay. Still under construction. Not bad though, not bad. What's in here? Okay. Hold up. No, right. Okay, not bad, not bad. I kind of like these creative spaces a lot more, where they can like compartmentalize and close it off. So your creative space is gigantic, right? But a lot of places do the open air, but I like these kind of like claustrophobic, really tiny, where the skybox is covered up, so then you can create like different scenes, right? Not bad, not bad. Who is the person? Zuriku. Awesome. Wizard of Oz. You know, I just recently watched Wicked, the movie. Let's see. Emerald City? Oh, come on. Give me Emerald City. Okay. Not Emerald City. Oh, an attempt at Emerald City. Work in progress. Okay, lots of... Okay. Sure. Lots of assets. Kind of weird. Okay. An attempt at Emerald City. Yellow brick road. Solid. No music choice. I do like Emerald City, especially Wicked. Wicked had wonderful cinematography for realizing the imagery and the representation. Especially with Emerald City was a treat for the eyes. Let's see, do we have anything else? Hang on. I forgot to make mention. Oh, they didn't create a unique name. Okay. What else we got? Phasmophobia House. I haven't played Phasmo, but I have seen Phasmo. Let's see how. Oh, very nice, actually. Intriguing. Where does this take you? Yeah, yeah. Wait, can I actually go up that? Oh, cute. Oh, very cute. Wow. Dang. This is elaborate. Yeah, this is what I mean. I love these creative spaces. You like, oh, they do have a nice skybox though. Okay. Like they do have the skybox open. Yeah, very neat. I haven't personally played Phasmophobia myself, but I have watched sufficient, you know. Oh, that's well now. Nice. Wait, is that another player? Oh, I got startled. Okay. All right. I'm like, man, that is a very animated character. All right. Pretty good. Well done. Nugget. See anything else? I do enjoy the referential stuff quite a bit. Gives me something to talk about. Got any other referential stuff? My home and Gundam hangar. Alright. Vita. Is this one that I've seen before? I haven't seen this one. Oh, that is certainly Gundam. Gundam Freedom, I guess. It kind of looks like Freedom. Probably Freedom. In your house, you say? Looks like, oh my gosh, there's a dead area. Wait, hold up. Is the Trojan horse somewhere in the, oh, this is a Trojan, oh no. Alright, we have to, I don't know how to reset myself. Oh no, there was a hole on the ground. Hold up. How do I return to the starting point? Oh, okay. Thank you. That's unicorn, right? No, not unicorn. Dang it. What is the... What is the light guy? Setsuna say there is something from Gundam Wing as well. I don't actually recognize most of these. This one is from one of the more recent ones. I forgot what they're called. Arise? Gundam Rise? Series? I'm not quite sure which one this one is. Well, that's a little... Yeah, fairly chill. Oh, some Sailor Moon stuff. And we got some Sailor Moon stuff that I noticed. Okay. And Vanity. Alright. I always like seeing Gundam things. Why is this here? Well, that is a... That's interesting. Alright. Alright. Let's do a couple more. Puzzles, Shiva. Good job, Vita. City of Glass. Nintendo Gallery of Memory. Alright, let's see. In before Nintendo. Alright, what are we gallerying here? So this honestly kind of reminds me of a Legend of Zelda chamber. Right? This is like a spring that you would come in one of the dungeons, and then there would be a fairy thing, but I don't know if that's intentional or not. Intriguing. Okay. Alright. Hover for the N64 logo, jump down to explore, or enter this teleport for the mini game. Oh, yeah, okay. Can I hit one of these? Oh, come on. Did you come up with an interaction? Okay, that's fine. So we need like a side profile. Okay, let's do side profile here. Alright. Okay. Oh, interesting. Don't mind me. Just platforming, pretending to be 2D. Ah. Nice. You have been challenged by Arc Trainer Mini Zepheto. But he had noticed your MTN, so the challenge was cancelled. Proceed onwards. Oh, okay, a Pokemon Stadium area, like an arena. Very nice. So we had Mario, Pokemon, Legends of Zelda. Only the hands used to defeat the great evil can take the sword from its resting place. Alright. Oh, it limits your jumping. Don't mind me. Oh, and there's an invisible wall. I see. Cute. Very cute. You can't jump. And you're tied to other way to tie to the ground. So wait, can I jump now? Oh, wait. You can only jump from the other side. Okay. 大丈夫です. Okay. All right. Safe. Ah. Wait. Okay. Very nice. Victory is only given to those who obtain all three. Oh, intriguing. Ah, but can I? Okay, let's try again. Oh, you can't actually off access. Okay, so they actually made it so that you can't be off access, which is great. Ow. Don't mind me. I just want to get back to, how do you get the... mini Safeto? But how do you go back to it? Once you do this stuff, you know? It's okay. It's no death. Oh, they respawn though. Oh, can't go with it. What if we just bop this guy? Oh, you can't bop him without bopping the other guys, I see. Okay. And now how do you get the sword? This just takes you back. Alright, well. What else can I do? What did they say? Jump down to explore, enter this teleport. Okay. What else we got? Ah, okay. Now you can see everything. Neat. Flag post. This is very elaborate. What is this reference? Intriguing. I'm not like the most savvy Nintendo person, so if I don't understand anything, I'm too uncultured. Okay. Intriguing. Super elaborate. Really wonderful. Yeah, there are all the compartments, right? I imagine this has something to do with wherever Ness comes from, right? Or not. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's very cute. More like a Palatown thing going. Okay. Fine. Are there any more? Hero Society Base. I doubt. Shadow de more. I doubt this is what they're referring to, what I think they're referring to. Let's find out. No, they're not. Nope. Let's see where this leads. Okay. Oh. Ooh. That's cool. Wait, is it referring to what I think it is? No. Can I actually Oh, I thought if that teleported you to something, that would be pretty cool too. Oh, this does though. Oh, he has linked with the capital. I love these multi ones. Row 2, okay. Yeah, there are a bunch of creators now that have multiple domain, like multiple creative spaces connected to each other. Especially that one guy who did like Kingdom Hearts, all the Kingdom Hearts places. That to each other, alright. Okay. Oh. Wait. Oh, it's actually probably my alliance, the alliance I'm in's thing. Interesting. I was expecting a gigantic building of sorts. Okay, alright. We're fine. Got me excited for a moment. Wait. Yeah, this is my, I'm pretty sure this is the alliance I'm part of. Okay. One more. Let's find Noriko's home designs. That's probably for assets. We've been here. I've done this before. In Forbidden, no. Casa del Yujin. Oh, okay. Cosplay showcase room? That's kind of risky. Cosplay showcase room is kind of risky. Yeah, let's look at it. We'll end with something a little bit different, right? Cosplay, where are you? Where did you go? Paseo, my personal cosplay creations linked. Okay. Seems quaint enough. Oh yes. Wait, wow, some of these, that looks really great. Look at these, like, all right. Oh, intriguing. Wait a minute. Triforce? Oh, wow. Okay. Intriguing. Anyways, let's look at the showcase stuff. We'll see if those are accessible or not, if they're filled. Wonka, I got you, Wonka. You shouldn't mumble. I can't hear when you're mumbling. Excellent quote. Edward Scissorhands, right? Solid. Oh yeah, I'm getting the Tim Burton vibes here. There's a lot of Tim Burton going around. Jack Skellington, of course. Everybody screams in our town of Halloween. Yes. Nightmare. Even closer. Seems Santa is not so willing to give up his secrets to this Christmas. Excellent quote. Hellboy. So we also have Del Toro, right? Nah, crap, more demons. Alright, let's do this. And then his ascended form. Eat. Spawn. Wow, this person's really into their edge stuff. I'll send you every one of you. Yep. Is this supposed to be Nightmare? Yeah, for the Soul Edge. I'm like, where's your sword at? The hand is what gives it away, the Nightmare. Very edgy. Oh, okay. Alright. We have Jango Fett. Got a contract. I'm the best there is. Yeah. A much less dirtier Jango Fett. Anakin. Like sand, it's coarse and rough and irritating. It gets everywhere. I remember this line. Of course, Vader. The helmet's a little weird, but you know. You don't know the power of the dark side. I was just kidding. Spidey, yeah. Nice. This is most definitely closer to, because of like the tech, it feels a lot more like the most recent iteration. Spawn, I mean Venom, sorry. I said Spawn. Venom, wow. Okay, getting the neck thing to work, that's really good. Carnage, of course. We have Carnage. Let there be Carnage. There hasn't been a really decent Carnage thing in some time. Huh. I'm not cultured enough to know what this is. Oh, Genshin? Yep. Not cultured enough for Genshin. Same character, different thing, and then this must be him like ascended or something. Transformed. Yeah, I'm not cultured enough for Genshin. Let's see. Alright. What about if I click on this? Oh, okay. Intriguing. So I'm very curious now what the other things are. Bizarre Adventures, okay. Shield you know what? Let's go to the Shield Helicarrier. I wonder if there's a way to double back. Are these guys? Oh no, I remember this. Yeah. This is the same guy. Yep, I remember this. This is really good. Like proper size helicarrier, right? Without the turbines. Oh no! There are the turbines. The turbines are over here. Yeah. But the thing is, you can't go back. Yeah, you can't go back. Where is the thing? But yeah, those cosplays are awesome. Very nice. Well, that's a wrap for PSO2 today. Hopefully be back in another 3 months, right? 3 months, maybe chapter 8. I think they will end at 7.5. Curious what they're going to do. I like my personal like selfish request would be for them to bring back like the video game Inception thing dealy, where you like go into a video game and then that video game presents different ways to reintroduce all the different types of metaverses, meta planets and stuff, and then have a crack at breaking a little from this type of aesthetic that they have going for it. Who knows? Or have maybe a fun thing. I don't know what a fun thing would look like. Like a chapter that isn't doom and gloom and melodrama kind of situation, but more a cheeky comedy situation. I feel like that's kind of been somewhat a void that's missing in PSO2 NGS narration. It's often like doom and gloom, apocalyptic, impending doom stuff. There are some occasional jibber jabber here and there that gives like some lighthearted beats to the world. Not so much though. This game is still, for all intents and purposes, highly more about having combat, doing things in combat, constantly iterating on bosses and stuff. So it's gotten to the point where even if the boss is like gigantic, they do a lot of things, you're kind of, the more you play it, the more you feel like, despite all the big things going around on the screen and stuff, you kind of just get used to it. So it looks interesting. I don't know how it feels when people spectate someone playing, but all that, like, there's a lot of noise that shrouds can be like sensory overload, but when you play the game to an extent for an extended amount of time, you kind of just know what to look for and it inherently moves itself. So like that new enemy type had all these like red beam missiles going everywhere, but largely you are conditioned to more or less either avoid 80% of the stuff or 50% of the stuff, negate the other 30%, and then 20% of the time you're just framing stuff, right? Or not really just framing, but you're iframing stuff, and then maybe like 5% of it you're just framing. And then there are like mandatory things that you can't block or evade. So, but it's usually this game when it comes to bosses and stuff, very sensory overload. You have very wide bosses. Their attacks are screen filling and all that stuff, but in the end, the punishment for playing the punishment is not that severe. It's morally, it's like emotionally severe when you play the game for a very long time. Like when you get hit, you know you got hit because you're so used to not ever getting hit, or if you get hit or you're soaking, it's always deliberate, right? And that's the type of game this is. It feels interesting enough that I think I don't get the same feeling or combat or satisfaction or like a different input of engaging in game than other games. You know, if I pick up a Fortnite, I'm pretty sure it's very singular, right? And then when you play Minecraft, it's still very singular. When you play Stardew Valley, for example, like if you go down the list of top 100, maybe top 50, top 100 titles in terms of daily drivers for Steam, right? On Steam charts. In Steam, nearly, I would say over 50% of the titles are now considered platforms. And they are live service in some way. And what I mean by live service, I want to change the aspect of live service. It's not necessarily what defines live service is the idea of it has to have microtransactions or gacha or those fixings. I think that the time of that type of mentality is kind of subsiding. So the phrase that I would typically say when I'm referring to live service is forever games. Games that developers and or publishers or even an indie developer will keep going. However, it serves as the core to giving their namesake out. So like you would have a game that you really enjoy and it's this developer who constantly puts some time on the side while also they're working on something else. And then when that title drops, the base community that is with them goes and try out the game. So it's a forward investment. So when you pour more and more into games like this, like platforms, if and when that next thing hits, all the people in here will give it a shot, right? So now they're looking for platforms. Like for example, whenever when Baron decides to put out a new IP after Stardew Valley, it's going to make waves. Or for example, this year we saw Toby Fox, right? Toby Fox put out Deltarune, right? After a long time, but Deltarune, Undertale continues to do the thing it does, right? And then Deltarune had a very long history. Supergiant Games does it too. in a different way. So like early access gives you that feeling, oh, the game is constantly in development, and not in the same way it used to be, where it's seen as the game. In my opinion, it's starting to transition from the idea of they release a game in which it's played just fine, but you play the game knowing there's more around the corner. And that's kind of how I feel about the quote-unquote live service space, whether it's crowdfunded, angel investors, investment forward model. I've kind of touched a lot of these things. Microtransaction heavy, seasonal live service, forever games, creative side for, you know, Minecraft and stuff, Roblox, so games within games, social platforms. It's kind of an interesting time to live in when it comes to trying to figure this out. I mean, if the NGS reach EOS, right, end of service, that's fine. There's plenty of things in the sea. I'm kind of like shopping for some of these things now. How long has been, I think NGS now is turning 3+, right? I think this is the 3rd year. Pretty sure this is the 3rd year. I can't believe it's already 3 years. Hearthstone, I've been with Hearthstone for I think this is going into their 10th year soon. And then Neverwinter has just concluded their 12th or 13th year. I've lost track, but it's interesting to see this type of stuff become a social norm in the last 5 years. I always wanted to invest in something. So right now, this year was Phantom X, right? P5X was the thing. Yes, there's a lot of controversy, gacha games, and the idea is if the developer and the publisher set a precedence for something, that habit formation, you know, the expectations can be very, very volatile or vitriol when they suddenly switch to a different expectation. And P5X is having some growing pains at the global side anyways. Have some growing pains largely due to the dissonance that happens when you're expecting like a titular numerical entry versus a platform, an attempt to create a platform. I don't think I don't think Phantasy Star Online, you know, as a personal commentary, if and when they decide to, I don't know, release like a Tales Persona 5 game or a Xenoblade thing, right? Because PSO2 NGS is very ripe to be a contender, a universe that is very reminiscent of a Xenoblade competitor, right? And a Xenoblade, what is Xenoblade right now? It's Monolith, right? Monolith Nintendo. So if there's anything that Sega has a potential pitch for PSO2, like or PSO in general, it's probably Xenoblade. So you could kind of see it there. It's like kind of woven in some of it, but not necessarily Xenoblade in the sense that they have to take on the combat system of Xenoblade, right? Although because of Clear Obscure and some recent developments of like turn-based stuff, I think Sega does have their hands into embracing a lot of like retrofitted turn-based mechanics. So that might be an interesting place. But PSO2 certainly has a market, in my opinion, if they were to release a standalone thing or start up a new trilogy or something like that. A live service like Forever Games, I think pragmatically speaking, does not lean towards the stuff that makes me very enthusiastic about like covering right? I like talking about stories, brainstorming about theories, talking about writing. I mean, I spent most of my time droning on about how the person delivered the lines in the voices. I absolutely love when people imbue some of their soul into it. I'm not saying these games are not soulless. The creative spaces are filled with soul. That's why I enjoy going and seeing what people make in the creative spaces. And I think that's a great call, despite it was actually very divisive when players found out that the big hot feature for PSO2 was to make creative spaces, right? Those who want to play video games for the sake of video games, fair enough. For myself, I hope I live long enough to see a PSO next gen or a current contemporary iteration of Phantasy Star Online. I still look forward to other Sega stuff. I'm still playing all the Like a Dragon releases, and then Stranger Than Heaven is coming at some point. At some point. And there are other Sega properties, right? I know quite a lot of Sega properties. You know what a really hidden one would be? I think it was called Shining Wisdom. Yes. Like, if you want to know how niche back in the days, Shining Wisdom, that was one. I would argue that would be the contemporary return to try to have a Legend of Zelda competitor, right? Shining Wisdom for the Sega Saturn. Yeah. It was by Sonic Software Planning and Camelot Software Planning. When was it released? I reminisce a lot when I'm playing Sega games. 1995. Yeah, that was the title that I owned. I had a Sega Saturn. I also had a Sega CDX, but I don't think I had a RPG game. Shining Wisdom was a character RPG. So you had your Zelda stuff, your life stock, your HP stocks, you solve puzzles. It's kind of like top down. It's a 2.5D game in a way. And also even in the Sega Genesis, like, what was another throwback? I mentioned this a couple of times already. When you think of Nintendo, you also think of Fire Emblem. And my Sega nod would be Shining Force. Shining Force. I feel there's no connection between these games as far as I know, like the Shining series. I think these were made by separate people. It's kind of funny because Shining Force was also remastered or something, or re-released on the Nintendo Switch. The Shining Force, actually, maybe it's part of the Shining series. Hold up. It might actually be all part of the same series. Oh, it is. It is. Okay. So when I didn't know this was to be true, but I thought it was a coincidence at first. But I played 3 of the Shining series. The first one was actually Shining in the Darkness, which is a dungeon crawler. It's kind of like the first person dungeon crawler, like Might and Magic stuff. And I think that is very niche. So it's all fair in games if Sega decides to release a Shining in the Darkness. But then after that, Shining Force came out, and that's the tactical strategy game. So Fire Emblem, it's a comparable to Fire Emblem. There was also Shining Soul, which I didn't play. It had some roguelike mechanics. And I don't think Shining Wisdom has anything to do with the Shining series. At least I don't think. I don't think so. Oh no, it does. Action roleplay. Okay, it does. So the Shining Wisdom is part of the Shining series. I would love to see the return Like, this is where I like reminisce, sitting here thinking about Sega games. The Shining series is probably it preceded well before the Phantasy Star, but I also played Phantasy Star 1 and 2. Yeah, the Shining series, man. They did try to bring back the Shining series a couple times. The most recent one was an arcade game, right? Like 2009. But they haven't really brought anything else back. What is the most recent? Shining Resonance Refrain. Console game? Interesting. Oh yeah. Shining in the Darkness, Shining Force. Oh my gosh. And Shining Wisdom. Maybe. Here's another little tidbit to talk about. Gamescom just happened, right? I looked at all the announcements and whatnot, and Capcom is, you know, bringing back Onimusha, right? Onimusha. So Sega might follow suit, bring something back. I have less things in the modern age, like the sub-modern, like the PlayStation era kind of just phased out Sega. And now I'm back because now Sega is on PC, right? Not too many Dreamcast titles. I stopped. Dreamcast was post PlayStation, right? So you could only afford so much back when I was younger. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to bring back. Was Panzer Dragoon Sega? I mean, I played Panzer Dragoon. I remember they tried to do Knights. No. Panzer Dragoon was... Oh yeah, it was a Saturn title. Yeah, Sega Sports R&D was involved in it. Dragoon tried a couple times. Anyways. A little bit of banter, a little bit of reflection. I hope I get to come back and be excited. Chapter 8. I feel Fantasy Star Online 2 has got one more, you know? Got at least one more around it. I actually have no idea how the developers and people who run PSO2 feel like, because those individuals are also associated with the Sonic team, right? As far as I know, the impression I get from Sega's organization is, despite having different team names, the staff like are kind of promiscuous in some sense, right? They have a bunch of R&D subsets within Sega, and then sometimes if that subset gets like a really associated with the series, you start naming them there. So there's a Sonic team, there's the PSO2 team, and then there's RGG, Ryuga Gotoku, so the Like a Dragon team. And then associated with Sega now, we have Atlas with their studio names too, like P Studio for the Persona team, and then they form like new segments of their in-house crew to call them according to what they focus on. So it's really interesting to see how, I wonder what it's like to be working on the PSO2, like the PSO team, when you can see that Sonic, like the next Sonic big thing was Sonic Racers, right? It seems like that's shaping up to be fairly nice. Sega and Nintendo, right? Sega and Nintendo often reflect each other quite a lot. But a Shining Wisdom can reflect Legend of Zelda, right? A Shining Force can reflect Fire Emblem. Sega and Nintendo has been around for so long that you can see parallels regardless. And then we have Xenoblade and PSO. But it's fairly clear that Nintendo, without playing favorites, right? I've actually never have yet to own a Nintendo console. Switch 2 got launched recently. People are really excited. They enjoy it. Donkey Kong Bonanza finally reignites and resurrects a long-standing series in need of a refresher, right? And now we're looking to, I mean, Sonic Frontier did fairly alright, you know, they've found a new direction for Sonic. I haven't played a Sonic game in some time. I hadn't even attempted to try to do a Sonic game. Please, Crawford.
An interception operation involving the central cannon is currently in the planning stages. Please prepare to deploy.
But I was late to the Like a Dragon thing, but we played all the Like a Dragon games, and I feel like Sega has, at least RGG Studio has captured my heart. And now, despite how divisive it is, Persona 5 Phantom X is gonna be, like, as far as I know, a forever game for now. And it has piqued my interest to do it all over again with Persona. And that's probably my next Sega thing. Anyways, a little bit of a chat. Yes, Crawford. Alright, Crawford. Okay, so that's a wrap for today. For PSO2, we'll be back in another 3 months, probably. It's like clockwork. Another 3 months. It'll be 7.5. A bit of a dialogue, some dialogue, and just waiting for that next chapter. And yeah, I do this regardless if I'm covering it or not. It's about 30 minutes a day. All right, folks, there you have it. If you're gonna watch this later, right? Arigatou gozaimasu. Right? Thank you. Feel free. You can pick up, play PSO2 NGS. It's a free-to-play game, free-to-play live service game, right? Free-to-play here. I like the idea that there's cosmetics and all that stuff, and then people can buy like parts to build things. I enjoy watching other people create things. I myself spend most of my time language learning nowadays, so my investments are elsewhere. But it's lovely to see and be able to have the privilege to play games that basically have no entry cost. So give it a try. Come on by, share your favorite Sega related memories or Phantasy Star Online memories. I like being nostalgic nowadays for what may happen in the future, because when you're nostalgic now, there's always an opportunity to see in the future. For myself, I've lived, a lot of people that I know, including myself, have lived through 3 generations of game development now. So it's about that time again where there's going to be a refresh of most of the game for new generation, right? The Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha generation. So we lived through the millennial period, and now the Gen Z period, which was, around the 2000s, and then now we're seeing once again another iteration of it for Gen Alpha. And hopefully I get to live long enough to see a 4th one. And it'd be a stretch to live a 5th one, right? But we'll see. Until then, feel free to stop on by. We can chat, just chill in here. And whenever this comes up, right? I'll catch everyone in 3 months' time. 3 months' time. So until then, 皆さんまたね, right? 見てくれてありがとう. See you all next time. Thanks for watching. Stay safe, stay healthy. Catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.